All right, what up, chat? Where are we? We're on the Division 2 PTS. I would have been on earlier, but what was crazy was that since I had some old files from the old PTS, it was like bricking my drive. I like download or try to repair something, and then like my entire SSD that I keep all my games on would just like not work anymore. So that was pretty crazy. Turns out, just had to restart my PC a few times and then eventually go manually delete the files because the Ubi client couldn't do it at all. Um. Anyways, there's supposed to be years 8, season 2 PTS patch notes. Let's look at those real quick. So before we actually play, let's see what changed. Make sure that we're good. Yeah, I wanted to like, so there's new Twitch drops, right? And I would have like been on stream yesterday with them, but after their stream, they basically just said there's no actual new content in the live version of the game until Tuesday. Tuesday's when there's actual content to go do on the real game. However, at least you have a PTS. So I guess Into the Dark is the name of the next season. That's going to happen soon. New structure of the Dark Zone. 3 existing maps rotating between different rule sets. So basically, the Dark Zones we already have are now going to have different rule sets. They're basically adding a PvE Dark Zone, which is something people want, but it's also a bad sign considering the history of the game. There's like 2 ways to look at it. One is that the Dark Zone was always supposed to be the core, like, endgame experience of the Division, at least in Div 1. It can be fucked it in Div 2 by splitting the Dark Zone 3 ways with 12 people each. And now it's like we're going down the route of making one PvE. Like, that's a really bad sign when you consider the roots of the game. Now, when you consider the current audience the game has, because it's pushed away every PvP player for the most part anyways, after this many years of mismanaged PvP content, right? A PvE Dark Zone? Fuck it. I might as well just take away all the PvP in the game. Like, who cares? It's not like it's good anyways. Like Div 2's PvP is just like, it's been dead on arrival for 7 years. Like, you fucking might as well just turn this whole franchise into pure PvE at this point, because like the Dark Zone's just a joke. Now it's never gonna happen that way, right? It's never gonna like swing hard into one or the other, but like even the fact that they're experimenting with the idea of a PvE Dark Zone pretty much means to me that like it's you know, if you basically complain enough, you're gonna get something that you want. And that's essentially what's happened with this game. Think of how many years there's been where people be like, yo, PvE Dark Zone, PvE Dark Zone, PvE Dark Zone. It's like, and it's finally happening. You complain long enough in this franchise, you will get what you want. That's what I'm picking up off of this. So it's kind of crazy. I don't know. They're saying it's a season specific feature. They want this to be temporary. And like, I'm gonna go test it out and see if it's any good. But like, as far as being around the Division past 10 years, I inherently disagree with this, and not say that as somebody who knows the PvE in this game is dog shit. Like, in a perfect world, which we don't live in, we should have, honestly, like at this point, we should just have 2 dedicated Division titles. One is the PvP Dark Zone title, and the other one is the PvE, like, fucking Utopia title. Because, like, having a game that does both is just, like, there's always going to be inherent conflict in this game's, like, community of, like, what it should have. And then also, you get fucked balancing-wise, and even, like, mechanics-wise, based off of, like, the fact that PvP exists or PvE exists, and there's like a limit to like how cool and powerful things can be, but also like, oh, now we have to balance it for this, and like, it's terrible. I generally think it's like the foundation of this game is totally cooked, and it can't really support both in a way that, you know, rewards and like feeds the players of each individual category. There's people that just do a little bit of both, and like they're fine with both, but like to reach that true like peak experience in either category is just like so bad. It's so rough what the foundation this game has. But yeah, The PvE Dark Zone is finally happening. Kind of crazy. This is not really something I expected. I feel like this is another lesson that basically says the more people complain, the more likely that they can basically reduce complaint volume by giving people what they want at the cost of whatever, you know, whatever vision the game used to have, and whoever those people were that maintained that vision for the game, I feel like they are not responsible for the game anymore. So this is just where we're at. That's gonna be my commentary on it. That's my understanding of it. It's like, I don't think this should exist in any capacity in Division, considering the history of the game. And I will play the PvE Dark Zone because, like, if it ends up being an efficient way of getting like exotic components, then sure, I'll do whatever is efficient in game. But like, yeah, this is counter to what this game has always been about. The Dark Zone has been one of the most mishandled core features of this franchise after Div 1. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And I say that as somebody who's been basically preaching the PvE side of this game for the past 7 years, because I recognize that the PvP side was basically dead on arrival. And like, I know, you know, like midichlorians, I know you're like one of the Dark Zone guys as well. Like, I know, you know, I've seen you in my chat plenty of times. And like anyone that's played Div 1 knows that was like, that's what you were supposed to be building up into. You were doing this entire experience to go into the Dark Zone, and that's basically where you lived. And it's so crazy that this game is no longer like not only about that, but now is taking that concept and just being like, fuck it, PvE, dude. Like, it's so crazy. And I take it as a bad sign too. I take it as a really bad sign, because what does that mean for the future of Division 3? If they're playing with the idea of actually implementing a PvE Dark Zone in Division 2. That's one of the worst possible outcomes for the Dark Zone. Is that now that this, like, the amount of complaint volume that has taken place and the lack of, like, strength behind whatever vision they used to have, countering that, like, if you only follow complaints and you don't have people who do strengths to, like, you know, make the game that do stick to like particularly strong vision, it's not a good sign from where I'm sitting. I'm sure there's people who are like excited to finally go to the Dark Zone and be like, oh, I'm not gonna get ganked and stuff like that, but I don't know, man. I mean, considering how bad anti-cheat is, the design of the Dark Zone, all this other stuff, I mean, fuck it. I guess we have a PvE Dark Zone now, but like, it's not. Short term, this probably handles their complaint volume. Long term, this is bad for like Division 3. This is bad for the future of Div 3. If they just want to go pure PvE, like for Div 3, like, I'm cool with that too. But like, there's a reason why the additional Division franchise popped the fuck off. And that was because of the whole idea of the Dark Zone. So like, I'm trying to use the PvE Dark Zone as a test for open world gameplay. I mean, that's like the optimistic way to look at it, sure. Right? Because that is another part of this franchise that's missing. Is the social aspect. Like, you know how in Destiny, like, you have patrol spaces and all that stuff, right? And the fact that, like, our game doesn't have that is kind of crazy, right? You'd think that, like, the entire map should have been, if the entire map was treated like a entirely, like, multiplayer experience, right? Where you don't have your own instanced, like, version of DC, but, like, you run around and, like, oh, look, there's some dudes doing a control point right there. And all this stuff, right? Like, that's missing from this game. This game is almost soloable the entire way through. Like, you can basically pretend no one else exists in the game. So, like, the optimistic way to interpret this is, like, yeah, like a test for some open world space stuff, sure. But at the same time, the Dark Zone's already been there. So there's nothing really being tested here except for it's already the Dark Zones we've seen, just that now you can, you know, not get ganked. Because, like, I've ran, what was it, 7 years ago, right? 2019. When all we had was target loot over the open world landmarks. Target loot over the open world landmarks. Back when we had like perfect berserk on a chest. That perfect berserk on a chest was on a on an item that can only be in the Dark Zone. Right? So we had Fenris Dark Zones. And it was like, okay, let me get, you know, 12 people from my stream. And we would multi-group in the Dark Zone to go farm that item because we all wanted Perfect Berserk for our PV builds, right? So I've already experienced what it's like to have a full like 12-man running around doing farming landmarks and everything. We were already doing that. So as far as this is concerned, it's like this is just a rule set change. Not much more. But I think this is being done to more to like alleviate complaint volume because there's been demand for PvE Dark Zones for a very long time. I don't necessarily see the optimistic side of it of it'll be good like testing for like the open world part of Div 3. But I do believe that, yeah, like the whole idea of having an open world where you run into people and just casually chill and hang out, you know, essentially turn the whole map into a PvE Dark Zone, essentially. That's long overdue. That's long overdue. The social aspect of this game is totally fried. I also believe that this game is a party finder system so that it can supplement all the like harder endgame PvE content so that people can use an in-game method to find a group of people they actually want to play with. That's very much another pain point, right? So an open world social stuff, like social experience, and also the group finder thing. Because like the way they handled prototype is one of the most frustrating things I've experienced playing the Division games in the past 10 years. That's like, it's so annoying to me that you come out with escalation, but then you offer it as a way to get prototype gear, which is a shortcut for everyone who's completely new to just go queue into that content and skip every other part of content that you've already produced in the game to just farm that, because that's where you get the best gear, right? So they don't have to like even care about their shade rank or their expertise. They go straight into prototype. Obviously, it's not their fault that they want to have the best gear. It's a design decision for them to, like, they should have been, in my opinion, like, gate kept out of it by, like, their expertise level or something, and that piece of content would have just been, like, it shouldn't even been about getting the drops. It should have been about, like, getting the resource. So, I don't know. It's pretty ridiculous. Like, I don't know, that system bothers me a lot. This is another one that just, this is, like, overall, I think, a net negative for people who have been playing since day one. Like the Division franchise, knowing the Dark Zone was always supposed to be like about you should be able to go rogue, and that was supposed to be the whole thing. But like on the counterpoint is that people want that, you know, multiplayer PvE experience, and this game completely lacks that. So that's why, like, in a perfect world, the game could support it. Right, you would have you take the Light Zone, which we all know as like the vast majority of the open world, and make it just enable like the ability to have, you know, like 12 people there, and you can like run into each other and stuff and like whatnot, right? Like you think like Destiny patrols, right? Like that kind of just natural open world. You run around and like you run into each other, and then maybe like there's cool events where there's a boss that spawns, like an event that you do, and like that entire game loop of like running into people and just like doing shit together, right? Like that's cool. That's completely missing from this game. A Dark Zone PvE should be really hard, so there's risk rewards. Wait, see, Dark Zone PvE should be so hard that there's risks and rewards. You're talking about like making the thing artificially hard, because there's nothing like if you put a bunch of legendary mobs in the Dark Zone, like they're just mobs, they're gonna get farmed. Also, the Dark Zone player count is really low, so you can always find yourself a Dark Zone that has no risk because you can get a session that has no players. It's as simple as like VPNing to like, you know, like Taiwan or something during their off hours or whatever. So like the entire Dark Zone system isn't really, it's too limited, and like the foundation's really flawed, and we just need a different game. It's like that honestly. For that whole experience. But like, I think back to Div 1. I think back to game just dropped. All right. And we're all rushing to get to endgame, which is essentially get to max level and go in the Dark Zone. And then like, that's where like you're supposed to get higher tier drops and like they go to that extraction loop and like all that stuff. And of course there's going to be, you know, people wanting to go rogue, and, you know, depends on how they designed it, but like, right. The core experience of the Dark Zone has always been, you know, people are going to go rogue, and eventually people have some kind of like sense of justice, and that's kind of like what it's playing around. The incentive was like, okay, you're supposed to like, you grind the dark zone, you get cool ass loot, you gotta risk your extraction to go get that loot out. But then like people can gank you, and then also like the people who are ganking people are also subject to be victims to like the entire server. Wanted to ban it up and kill them because there was like an entire reward structure there of like raising your DZ level, losing DZ ranks or whatever. Like there was an entire whole thing about that. And that system eventually falls apart when you are fully maxed out on gear, right? So you have to design an RPG system where like there is cool shit to get, and it has to be relatively rare and people have to give a fuck about it. And also like eventually, like as people reach that maximum, however that's gonna work, you kind of have to like, I don't know, you have to figure out how like you would even do that to like where if enough people are at the maximum gear amount for a particular season of the Dark Zone or something, then now that's even more people who don't need your gear. They just can kill you because they can kill you. So that's where that game loop starts to fall apart. Is the longer a certain meta goes on, is that essentially it'll be more and more about, you know, shoot on sight. But that's also why, in terms of like the design of the game, like you need to have a bigger map. There's plenty of people who played solo in the Dark Zone that, you know, learned how to survive and thrive as solo players when they knew there was like groups running around PvPing. Part of that is like the whole idea that like, you know, people who are rogue or whatever, they're marked on the map, and the people who aren't hopefully like have immunity to like things like pulse and stuff, and like they can route around places that like the, you know, they're out of the major traffic lanes. And that's only going to happen if the Dark Zone map is big enough and has enough verticality and different routes and stuff. Like you got to have a compelling map design which allows for that ratty survival playstyle. So I mean that's like, there's that, and then there's also like, oh, you know, the skills of the game. Like I think Pulse is one of the, like any video game, and not just like Division, but like any video game that essentially offers a free wall hack, giving people free visual information about where everyone else is a problem, because that takes away from the, right, like if you just give people a wall hack and they're the ones that are running around trying to find people to kill, like that's just free for them. Like they shouldn't have that as a tool in their toolbox. They should have to like listen for sounds and kind of understand the map and stuff. Right, so you want to give people who are, you know, at that disadvantage, I guess the advantage of not just being found out for free. Like I've always hated games that give people free wall hacks. I think that's stupid. But yeah, like not having pulse, like that would be great. Like pulse should go. Just the idea of giving people a wall hack in general, I think is always stupid. I mean, obviously, some people are running like third-party programs and like maybe the whole cheating part of the game. But when you give people functionality in a video game that is similar to what third-party cheating programs usually offer, you blur the line between what is a legitimate kill and what is, like when you get cheated on, right? So like the more aim assist there is in a game, the less you can tell if someone's like got actual god aim or like if they're just cheating with like something that helps them track. You get people wall hacks and you don't know if they actually legitimately had that information on you or like they were seeing you through walls, right? There's a bunch of stuff like that. That there's any in-game tools that mimic what third-party cheating programs have historically given people over the past like 20 years of shooters, then it's just problematic. And then like PvP gear, so that's the thing. It's like you can't really have a good Dark Zone experience if like, let's say there's like a really good PV item in a PvP zone. How does somebody in a PvE set defend themselves against people in PvP sets, right? Because if those the PvP sets have like, let's say things like resilience, like, you know, player damage reduction, or protection from, you know, pulse, all that crap. Like, why should you have to wear that gear specifically to PvP and then have a huge advantage of people who have PvE gear, right? Like, that imbalance is also weird. Like, I think that the Dark Zone mechanic would work really good if all the gear from the Dark Zone was PvP related, and all the people going in there start with like if we think about in terms of think in terms of an extraction shooter, right? You shouldn't go to PvP area with PvE gear, right? But like if PvP gear only comes from the PvP area, and then you go in there, you like, how do you get your PvP gear otherwise, right? So like that's the problem with like a hybrid game, is you have PvE and PvP gear, you know, different builds and whatnot. What I'm saying is that take away the entire PvP side of the game and just think about the PvP side only, right? How do extraction shooters work? All the gear you get in a PvP extraction shooter for the most part is all gear that just works simultaneously against whatever mobs there are and against players, right? The whole game is balanced around, you know, time to kill against those bots and time to kill against players, right? Think like Arc Raiders or something, right? If the entire game loop is the Dark Zone, then you have different content that tells you, hey, go in the Dark Zone, get this, get that, whatever. You progress, you accumulate resources, and then like you have these loadouts that are also like, you know, drop on death or whatever. Right, I'm not talking about the way the game is now, right? You're talking about PvP players can get PvE gear with PvE content, blah, blah, blah. I'm not talking about all that, right? We're talking about a whole, we're talking about turning it into something that's more like how extraction shooters work, right? Right, so PvP gear. When I think about PvP gear, I'm not talking about like the bullshit sets we have in this game. I'm talking about like, oh, you got armor regen, 6 blue cores, blah, blah, blah. Who gives a fuck? It's just boring gear anyway. Right, I'm talking about like, you know, think about MMOs that have PvP, right? They have, you like do arenas and like you get these currencies and you get PvP gear to be better at PvP, and you have like stats specifically for PvP and all that stuff. Right. If you just extract the PvP part of the game and only think about that sandbox or rule set, right? We're talking about the different stats, so there should be on gear and like how it's supposed to be played and like what dials you can tune to like have your specific role or whatever. Like that entire game loop should be about you going into a Dark Zone, fighting for that gear that drops that is going to make you stronger or whatever. And then you should be risking stuff too, like the extraction game loop works from the PvP side of things because like you basically risk your kit to get other copies of those same kits, right? So eventually what happens is, you know, let's say the Lexington is the meta AR in this imaginary Dark Zone, right? You find one, cool. You kill another guy, he drops his Lexington, cool. Now you got 2. If you know, come out of that match with and extract it, maybe you have like 5 of them in your stash or 10 of them in your stash. Then you go in the same Dark Zone with your PvP Lexington, and then you die, and then you lost the Lexington, but hopefully you have like 9 more, and you just keep building these kits. You're basically fighting with like the meta kit against the meta kits, and like you're kind of like that's essentially what happens at the end game of like an extraction shooter. Is like you might be working with like a green pistol, and then like you get some blue ones, or you get some green and blue rifles at some point, and then eventually like you keep doing content, you're starting to find like, you know, purples and high ends and stuff. Right. So I'm talking about just imagine the extraction shooter game loop, and that's what the Dark Zone was supposed to be, right? On that level. See, our Dark Zone is a hybrid model of, well, we have all this PvE content, you get all the shit here, and then you have this little shitty little Dark Zone, and then there's like the contaminated loot to where like you don't really risk anything, and like, you know, there's nothing even important to farm over there. So like, right, like all of that is just it's so skewed towards PvE in this game currently, that like and like the way the PvP works in the game is just like a joke. At least in Div 1, you had all these people funneling into the Dark Zone because that was basically like the peak area to go to. The PvP players want in Div. I mean, what do they want? Are there even any players left that want anything at this point? Like, they just want to kill people, right? As far as I'm concerned, Division 2 PvP is basically like, it's just sitting there circle jerking in front of a checkpoint at this. Like, there's no, the essence of what made Div 1 PvP good wasn't sitting there and circle jerking in front of a checkpoint, right? You had a lot of people in there. You'd run around, you'd have 4vx scenarios, depending on like, you know, who you fought, who you went rogue on, you had all the trash talk over the open mic. Um, and that's the thing. So like the reason why losing your equipped gear on death would be something that would hurt people in this game currently is that because we actually have a lot of RNG, right? Look at the gear you have in any extraction shooter that isn't Division. They don't have really randomized rolls on gear. For the most part, it's just like weapons are a dime a dozen. There's certain attachments that are a little bit more rare and stuff, so you gotta grind for those. There's an entire like economy built around the idea, right? That's why drop on death works for those games, because like you have so many different weapons and stuff, and like you just find the weapon and like maybe you found some attachments and you're trying to build your kits together. So like farming other people for their kits and also, you know, dying and losing your kit is kind of like the expected reality of what an extraction shooter offers these days. Whereas the Dark Zone that we have, the incentive of the PvP, outside of just for the sake of killing people, like as in the Dark Zone in this game too, it's like the amount of gear gap and like stat gap that there is pretty massive. So you essentially have a numerical advantage on most everybody, and outside of, and they basically don't really get punished for dying anyways. You also don't get punished for dying anyways. It's really just like go in and, you know, flex your numbers on, like, for the vast majority of people that are in there, it's just not even, they're not even PvPers. So, I mean, if we want Division Dark Zone to be at the forefront of the franchise ever again, it can't be what it currently is. Sure, and we all recognize that. It can go down the route of something like Arc Raiders-ish, but then if they do the same sort of, like, what's it called? Aggression-based matchmaking, that would also make it too predictable. I don't know, man. If I think about the strengths and weaknesses of Div 1 PvP and Div 2 PvP, it's like there's no way you should ever have a Dark Zone even thought about being built anywhere close to like what we currently have in Div 2. It's especially when the more you go into the PvE side of things, the more you kind of kill the initial reason why this franchise popped off 10 years ago. I mean, at this point, I mean, I basically play it for PvE anyway, so like I'm totally fine with like a pure PvE experience, but like I also recognize that the DNA of the game came from the Dark Zone, and it deserves a place. Otherwise, like the franchise just doesn't have a soul, pretty much, if it doesn't have like a Dark Zone that's actually worth a damn. So yeah, I don't know. All I'm saying is that like the only way to like engineer your way out of the situation we're in my mind, is like a complete separation. Like, you gotta make like 2 games. One is like all about the Dark Zone, and the other one is like a fucking PvE party. Essentially. It feels like it'll just never truly be a game worth talking about on like a larger scale without sufficiently focusing efforts into like making one particular experience really fucking good. The PvP players get the game going. I hear that all the time. And I wish that they would release statistics on how much money they make from PvP players versus how much money they make from PvE players. Because like, just because you're on the game doesn't mean that the game is thriving. It ultimately comes down to a combination of active players, which ultimately converts into who is actually buying content, who's buying the skins, who's buying the battle passes. Ultimately, like, this game's audience is so skewed PvE wise that like the whole PvP players keep it alive argument, I think, is non-existent. I'll be honest, like the PvP players that still exist in this game today, even if they're still playing the game for that particular purpose, like, you're such a minority that like it's gotten to the point where the game is getting a PvE Dark Zone. That's how much of a minority the PvP player base is. That's so much of a player base, like that's how much issue it is. But I think it's cooked. All I'm saying is that, like, you know, going back to the passion I was looking at, this right here to me is overall, I take this as a negative sign of what Div 3 might have. If Div 3 doesn't fucking nail the Dark Zone experience on day one, oh my god. I mean, I'm fine with just PvEing all day anyways, like, cause I treat this game essentially as Diablo with guns, but like, bro, I feel like anyone who started Division by playing PvP, this is a bad sign for anybody who started with PvP in this game. That's rough. And I think I take this as evidence that the more you complain, the more likely it is that you can actually make these people make something in the game and change it in your way. Like, this seems like such a deviation from the core design principles of the Division as a franchise. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, there's some kind of rule set for PvE Dark Zone. You basically go in there, you get like a timer, I guess. You get penalized for being there longer and longer. It's where you farm sample canisters for a seasonal resource. You want to kill hyenas in the Dark Zone, basically? So it's a mechanic building into the area. Basically, the longer you stay, the more stuff you do, the more dangerous it gets for you. Pretty straightforward. And then to reduce toxicity, you have to activate a surge active modifier. To clear it, just go to a safe house or checkpoint. So basically, you go in, you kill some shit, you come out, go in, kill some shit, come out. Just in and out, managing this resource or bar or whatever. Not a big deal. There's a normalized PvP Dark Zone, where your Shade Watch and expertise don't matter. And you can farm more DC coins. But like, even this rule set seems weird. Because I just think about like the Shade Watch and like how the stats affect your builds. Like, this being disabled is fine. Because expertise, I think expertise should never been out of the game. Like, I think Shade Watch is fine. That should have been capped at 1,000 a long time ago. This never should have been in the game, and Prototype's never been in the game. That's where I'm sitting. It's like, the reason I like the Shade Watch being what it is that, like, when I think about, like, you know, stat caps, right? Like, hitting, like, crit chance 60%, the 10% from this guy helps you reach that 60% in like a logical way. Without that 10%, it makes it kind of weird. Like, not that, like, you know, a crit build matters in like the Dark Zone or whatever, but yeah, it's just kind of like a weird deal. I don't know. And now we have a traditional Dark Zone. No, I'm not gonna bother with that. Then we have DZ vendors. So they're adding caches for DZ credits. Which I guess would be optimal to farm in a normalized Dark Zone. Yeah, but like, we're talking about normalized gear, right? So like, even the numbers for that, I don't know exactly remember how much normalization affects your stats. But like, when you go in the normalized environment, like, your stats get all weird. Like, I don't remember how much it's like negated or reduced. How much does Division 2 normalization affect your stats? Like, I don't know. It's like a pretty, it's like a weird thing that, like, I don't even know in the UI anymore. Like, I don't know if your bars get maxed or your bars get averaged out, or like if you even need gear that has reasonable rolls on it. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Obviously, you still make a PvP build, right? You still gotta have a gun with the right stuff on it, your armor with the right stuff on it. Just say your watch doesn't matter, your expertise doesn't matter, so it could just be just about everything. I just don't know if it like brings you to like the stat cap of level 40 gear or what. Either way, you get good DZ coins in that one, and because of that bump in the economy, that's kind of cool, because then like you could go farm coins and then spend them on like, I don't know, this stuff and see if that's worth it. Right, so you have, I mean, and this is probably like way too many coins, but so all I'm thinking about is like, okay, how many of these can I make in like an hour, right? How many exotic components are in these caches? Don't know yet. I haven't been on the PTS. And how long does it take? 160, right? Because like I'm thinking about like, okay, one of the things that's most needed in this game is an exotic component farm. They took away the one that was, you know, macroed for the last like 5+ months. Right, so like I don't know. Like this is basically saying like you just get more coins from like dismantling all the gear you get in the Dark Zones. So, like you would just go like slam a PvP Dark Zone as a PvEer and just get coins. If it's 160 coins to one exotic component, that's insane. There's prototype core caches and prototype caches. I don't know. I don't know how this is going to math out, but that's the only part of this that I was looking at like, how many DZ creds could we farm and like make this an efficient farm for something? Anyways, there's more turrets. The turrets now also do health damage to people. And now you have a bigger invulnerability window into the Dark Zone. There's a bunch of PvP balancing. Oh my god. Okay, this is what... Let's see. So, all I know with PvP in this game and the current version of the game is that what? Pretty much you have people that run around with 6 blue cores and percentage armor regen. And they probably also have flat armor regen on their gear. If I was gonna PvP though, like I'd probably just go with like the percentage armor regen brands, stab bonuses, and then try to make sure I have like Hasbro on, because like fuck stats effects. So can you do? I forget where all the items are, but if you had 6 blue cores and enough Hasbro and then just have like, what is it, like a bighorn or something that's probably like pretty much, it just works. You're all like that. A retaliation gives you an exotic cache in 15 minutes. That's still way too slow. Getting like 4 exotic comps an hour, that's slow, considering how much more of those we need. Right? If I want 45 exotic comps to make 1 item prototype, well, actually it's 30. Right? That's getting an exotic cache in 15 minutes. That's way too slow. There was a whole exotic comp thing with like, you know, farming the boxes in like the level 30 Dark Zone. And then I'm looking at these currencies, like, if, you know, how much you optimize for this, try to get those. Then we have all these changes. PV versus PvP version of the thing. There's a lot of talents in this game. Like, I haven't bothered PvP in this game in literal years. I think it's dog shit, but what do people run these days? Like, I know there's just like I said, like the whole like, you know, armor regen thing with like a bighorn. What else is going on in the PvP side of things? Is it just like 6 blue bighorn armor regen and like, I don't know, hazard protection or something? Or headshot damage? Because like, yeah, I'm not touching cover. Like things like Umbra or whatever, that sounds like a console thing. That's what I would imagine. Core strength. What about talents though? Like which talents would we care about on gear? I guess the armor kit one got like giga nerfs. Good old adrenaline rush. Yeah, that's right on armor. Wait, the range is better for this thing in PvP? But gives you less armor? It's 2 meters more of range. Per version is 14 meters of range. Perfect adrenaline actually looking pretty good still. Obliterate. I guess obliterate is pretty free. Are people not running like unbreakable or whatever? I guess that got nerfed a bunch. Oh yeah, this used to be like 100%, wasn't it? That looks pretty nerfed. Intimidate. That one looks pretty weak now. Perfectly efficient. That's the armor kit one. This one has a really low chance. The first one's 50%. But the regular version is 25. This looks like it's pretty nerfed. I guess your spec armor kit bonuses being buffed is still cool, I guess? I don't know. Seems kind of baked. Catharsis. I don't know. That's not a talent that's in here, right? Or do they have exotics in here? Oh, they have all that stuff in here. Cool. Oh yeah, you guys are mentioning core strength. Let's see. You only get 22% of your other bonuses. Or 30%. Core strength looking pretty nerfed, dude. Yeah, I don't think I'd be using that. If I had to make a PvP build, like I'm literally just gonna be a bighorn gamer like everybody else. If I had to, or just be like, I don't know. Can sniping ever one shot? Or is that completely dead in this game? Bighorn Regulus. Here's capacitor. All right, back to it. Okay, so this one, the people use this a lot. I mean, I guess it was like kind of like the go-to, right, for like the hybrid builds or whatever. You pretty much had yellow cores. You'd be good slapping this gun on for free damage. It's like half as good per stack for weapon damage and like a third of the stack value for skill damage. That's pretty cooked. Eagle Bear, man. Back in my day, Eagle Bear used to be so much better. What am I looking at? There's no way people are still using this, right? It has tenacity for only 10 seconds instead of 15. It only has up to 70 DR. Well, damage delay anyways. They give you a couple of shock bullets for the Elmo. Who gives a shit? What else is in here? Bighorn. Bighorn. What? It only gives you 20 headshot damage? What is this shit, dude? Bighorn gives you 20% headshot damage at full stacks? Yeah, what? Why would you even use that anymore? At least with this version, it was like, okay, like looking at it, it's like at least you have all your damage from your gun. For PvP, that's so fucking cooked, dude. What? All you get is 20 headshot damage after like 20 headshot hits? Like, that's nothing. That's a drop in the bucket. Is there any reason you would still use this at that number? Like, that seems pretty bad. Are the raw stats of the gun still good enough to justify using it with that level of a nerf? Like, that's pretty crazy. Backfire has 90 stacks at 1.8. That still seems fine to me. That's not much of a nerf, I don't think. But yeah, that Bighorn, that the raw stats of the Bighorn need to be like really good to compensate for the fact that the talent's basically pointless. Is there anything else in here that people use a lot of? Does Chatterbox still get used? You get 20 fire rate instead of 25. And only 4 stacks. Still seems fine, I guess. The movement speed on Lady Death got nerfed. Oh yeah, only 6%. That's like nothing. That's like nothing. What else is there? Regulus? Wait, how do people use the Regulus in the Dark Zone? That was a quick step. Only 6% speed? The global max movement speed's 20%. Oh, good to know. Did people actually use it for the explosion? Or just because like the base stats are good? Pour one out for Destiny. Guess you're back on Div. God, I want to say Div. I mean, like, Div at least has a future. So there's that. Right. Like, to me, my main optimism for Division is basically hopefully survival doesn't suck. And that Division 3 doesn't suck. But the prototype stuff in this game, I really hate the way that's handled. And then also the fact that they're going to experiment with the PvE Dark Zone next update is kind of crazy to me. Because that's like a core pillar of the Division franchise, is the Dark Zone needs to be the place where you get fucking ganked, and that's how it's always been, and it's wild that Dark Zone is associated with PvE now. That's wild. Pour one out for the Division PvPers that played on day 1 in 2016, man. Because I don't think the Dark Zone experience is. Oh boy, I don't think it has much of a future in Div 3. If this is this is the trend. That's all I'm gonna say. That said, as far as like successful looter shooters go, I mean, we basically just have Division and Warframe, which is aesthetically to me, I hate the way Warframe looks. And then the comparative Warframe is First Ascendant, which is just a goonfest with no difficulty. So, and then you have the occasional Borderlands launch every like couple of years. So it's not looking too good. If you like this genre, it's really not looking good. But the other stuff on the horizon that might have some potential is like, that Cinder City game. I'll try it. I'm a little concerned about, who's running it, but I'm trying it. And then there's the Cube, which I think has the most potential of anybody. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Atomic Heart universe. But visually, it looks really good. And I think that has the most potential because it's not tied to like any questionable publisher or dev team or anything like that. So that's probably, as far as the future goes for this genre, I think that one has the least amount of baggage and the most potential. So, that's the one that I think I'm sure we'll all play pretty heavily when it first comes out because it'll be a complete fresh experience for everybody. And I'm hoping that, I can try to get in on the ground floor with that one. If I can help them, like, I don't know, fucking test their shit or something and hopefully provide some valuable feedback before they make some bad decisions, that'd be great. I would love to be in that position. Because, like, that's the closest thing we have to, like, another looter shooter, like, MMO, basically, that's just a fresh IP. Or, like, a tangent. Well, I mean, like, the Atomic Heart universe is exactly a fresh IP. That's their own unique thing. But, like, the Cube would be that, like, looter shooter MMO vibe in their world, which is kind of dope. I think that one's got the most potential. Anyways. Was there any other talents, or I guess, do people use Catharsis? Was it Catharsis that you guys mentioned as like a thing in PvP? Taking damage, remove stacks, purge status effects, heals you. Also, didn't I hear something about like the Tinkerer just being... They just completely removed Tinker from PvP. They completely just removed from PvP. They're just over it. It gets like all bugged and exploited like crazy. They just removed it. That's so funny. That is so funny. Because ever since Mask came out, I remember having at least like one guy who likes to be in the Dark Zone on Xbox show me clips of how this gets abused. And this is just such a... This thing is so problematic in PvP that people are like stacking talents and all sorts of crazy shit. It's just breaking the game. So... I know I'm surprised they don't do this more often. Why they're just like... Like... I know the original dev team for the game, they wanted to design things that would work in both contexts, but like I think the game would be so much healthier if there was straight up features that just didn't work in like PvE or PvP or whatever. That's also where like I feel like you gotta have like an entirely different set of design principles for like all your stuff in the game. Oh. Alright, is there anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? There's a lot of items in here that I've just never... Spec weapons and signature weapons have no functionality in PvP. Did they completely kill those in the Dark Zone finally? Like no more grenade launchers and stuff like that? That was in like a while ago. There's no overcharge in PvP. There's no signature weapon in PvP. The reviving backpack for PvP. Does this thing even... I mean, I guess it could kind of get used, I guess. How many people use the birdie backpack in PvP? I haven't very often. Because I mean, like, revive speed's obviously pretty sick. Are there enough situations where that takes place? Because I mean, like, like usually I'd imagine like people get folded over and then they get finished really fast. Armor Region has pro to go against skill builds. Yeah, the big horn thing seems a little crazy. It's like when I think about the kind of build I would want to have in the Dark Zone, it's like I know that typically as far as just being able to like shoot people shot for shot or whatever, like if you're gonna go for a face trade, like you have to go the 6 armor core route. And then with that much armor, then you should probably get the percentage armor regen stuff on your gear. And then I would also like to have status effect immunity, because like fuck status effects in this game. It's just cheesy as hell. And then I would like to have like headshot damage on my pieces if possible. This stuff, this is showing what the talent does in PvE on the left, and this is showing what it's doing in PvP on the right. And this whole entire thing has to do with PvP gear, talents, is whatever. So it's basically showing you what the talent's supposed to do and like what it's doing in PvP and the PTS. There's a lot that basically almost everything in the game looks different in some capacity. For the most part. Yeah, there's just a lot of shit. I like how Overdogs is nerfed in PvP, even though it's a PvE item. Like, what? You lose, like, you can't just go in the PvE Dark Zone with Overdogs and farm, because I mean, it got nerfed a bit. That's hilarious. Exodus. A longer cooldown, but longer duration of conceal. Do people really use smoke grenades or smoke grenade gloves in PvP? I always thought I hated those gloves. I hated playing Countdown last year when these gloves were like available to everybody as like a new item, and like people just keep smoking out my goddamn lobbies, dude. Just hotboxing them. I was like, bro, please. Like, why? I hated to see, like, I look at it as like a, you know, pair of solo gloves, for like solo PV and stuff. And then you go to Countdown, you just saw like half of like the random people we match made into had those on because it was like the exotic of the season. Everyone would just smoke out your lobby. This right here, PvE wise, I've always liked this thing. It's probably my favorite exotic in the game. Is there anything else that we should look at? That's pretty much the entire list. God, there's a 33-page PDF. Dodge City Holster. Did people still use this in PvP? Pretty good. You only get 36 stacks. You only get 36% damage. It always does headshot damage anywhere you hit and does 36 damage more. Like, why would you even use that? Like, in what world is that extra 36% damage going to be significant to justify using an exotic slot on that behavior in PvP? That's crazy. Yeah, I'm not seeing much more. Anyways, there's a lot of random changes. Looks like the Bighorn is kind of Not so big anymore. What else we got in the game? New global modifier. Cleaning up the streets. Let's do with hyenas and their spice. So basically you want to farm sample canisters. And they're saying that the best way to farm sample canisters is to go into the PvE Dark Zone. So basically to do the GE, like the global modifier, you use this resource to increase sample size bar and unlock stronger high quality mission bonuses. Active modifiers can automatically consume sample canister activation, trigger more powerful surge version of their effects. So basically you farm the PvE Dark Zone, landmark chests, and material chests. And also kill hyenas. So the hyena, like basically the PvE Dark Zone's loaded, and then you can also farm hyena missions. But ultimately you're gonna go to the Dark Zone. So like if you want to play next, like this upcoming season, you just like live in the PvE Dark Zone the whole time. And then you can only carry a number of them. So you got to get a passive for carrying more, because you got to probably extract them or something. Oh, no, never mind. They go to your inventory, don't need extracted. So you literally just farm the PvE Dark Zone, get the samples. Then carry more of them or something, and then you spend them. And then once you fill out the bar all the way, you have all these stats. Oh, wow, wait a second. This buff is nuts. What? Yeah, so you farm samples. You buff up your buff to level 4. Whenever you get this buff, you have more optimal range, weapon handling, mag size, damage to armor. Like, that's insane, dude. And then it's a buff you get, like the buff that you're leveling up, it comes from adding those sample canisters to the vendor. The duration of the buff depends on the number of high quality missions and stacks you receive. Every sample canister adds 5 stacks. As long as you have at least 1 stack, you have all these bonuses. Stacks are consumed only by manual or automatic reloads from an empty magazine. Other effects are refresh ammo or reload weapons do not consume stacks. Wait, so every time you reload, you consume a stack of this. Brother. Effects that refresh your ammo or reload weapons do not consume stacks. Are you kidding me? You know what this means? I'm literally gonna use like you just want to use Centurion holster. Use Centurion holster. Use Centurion holster and refresh your ammo nonstop. So you can just keep your stacks from the season going the whole fucking time. That's like the best way to, like, you just weapon swap twice and then you have like a big ass mag or something and you just never reload. I mean, I guess you can even do things like Chatterbox. I think that's like ammo on kill or just fucking Bullet King would be good for casual play. Yeah. This actually sounds so fucking funny. This sounds so funny. So you basically just farm the PvE Dark Zone, you get super juiced, and then like you play with like any sort of setup that gives you on-demand like weapon reloads. Whatever you want to use. Bullet King is probably the easiest one if you want to use an LMG, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. That's actually really funny. And then there's active modifiers are empowered through surge. When activating an active modifier, it's a lot of active. If you have enough sample counts in your inventory, the required amount is automatically consumed. Oh, so you have to have samples not only at the vendor, but in your inventory. When you're in the PvE Dark Zone, activating a surge active modifier reduces toxicity. So you can burn the resource. So you want to farm the resource. You want to donate as much of it as possible to the vendor until you have the top tier buff. And then hopefully you have enough stacks of that buff, and then you combine that with your build, which has basically automatic ammo refresh, ammo reload, or whatever, so you never have to consume that. And then you just keep all the currency on you after that to activate these surges whenever the hell you want. So what is this? On activation, Invincible fully heals you and repairs your armor. For a limited time, you gain high DR. Damage taken in this window is stored, then apply back to the when the fight ends. So it's like tenacity. While active and while enemies are in front of you, it also gives you movement speed, armor on kill, and damage targets out of cover. And then it has a cooldown of 180 seconds. And then you still take damage after the fact. So you get 50% damage to targets out of cover. And you take less damage from the stored thing. And your bonus number persists from getting all those kills. And it reduces toxicity in the Dark Zone. Okay. Weapon swap speed. Kill specific weapons build different stacking bonuses. But then once gained, they apply to all weapons. All 3 bonus tests can be active at the same time and last until the modifier ends. Kills with MMR, pistols, rifles, they stack headshot damage and accuracy. ARs and LMGs give you crit chance and stability. Shotguns and SMGs give you crit damage and reload speed. Okay, so you can literally go shotgun, AR, pistol. These bonuses stack higher. I mean, nothing's gonna last long enough in this game for this to matter. Headshot kills within 5 seconds of previous kill, close range kills. Just toxicity in the Dark Zone. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that I don't know what's the stat count limit here. The invincibility one sounds like the best one. You just straight up get damage. Like 50 damage targets that it covers wild. Like this is supposed to be like the offensive one, like the red buff, right? This is supposed to be like a blue buff. And it's supposed to be like a yellow buff. But like I'm just gonna straight up say like having the invincible one with movement speed, armor on kill, and damage targets that cover, like why wouldn't you just use that? You have so many other multipliers here, like you might as well just use that. And there's also this one. The yellow buff for skill efficiency. Enemies take more damage from skills. Allies get more healing from skills. Yeah. Okay, so basically I'm playing all of next season with this one. Then there's some passive modifiers. Increases the enemy's damage over time. Not quickly limited. After first taking damage, modifier transfers to another nearby enemy on death. In the PvE Dark Zone, it can also increase toxicity for nearby agents. Wait, you can like troll people? Wait a second. You can be in the PvE Dark Zone and have this stuff and like increase the toxicity for nearby people by PvEing? Oh, okay, never mind. That's the enemy. Sorry. I thought these were modifiers of your own stuff. I see. So basically, enemy gets stronger. I read this as something that we could have, and I was like, how the we can have like PvE, PvP, you know what I mean? Like, start trolling people. Allows the enemy and nearby enemies from the same faction to regenerate health. Lethargy debuff. Can damage a chance to inflict disorient. Oh, that sucks. I hate disorient as status effects so much. Okay. There's also the Caduceus. Gives you a bunch of crit chance, a little crit damage. Fires like a 50-round mag. And you crit and heal your allies for 1.5%. That's probably not going to replace the healer. Caduceus was way better in early Div 1. I used to use it. That was my main gun in 1.0. Because I played a hybrid build. Then there's an exotic SMG that comes from the new climax mission. Where you shoot enemies to apply a mark. You only apply one mark at a time. Shoot an enemy will transfer the mark. More marks will apply the same target by the other agent of the weapon. So like... Isn't there like a gun in Destiny that's like that? Where like everyone uses it. Everyone gets stronger by targeting like the same guy or something. I kind of doubt this gun's gonna be that good. Like it's an exotic SMG that relies on being good if you have teammates that all use it. Just gonna go ahead and say that's not too hot. It's only 20 amp, then like 25, 30, like a 35 amp max. There's no way I would use that. It has to be like way stronger to justify stacking on different people. Then there's exotic knee pads that just give you 40 hazard to all teammates. That kind of sounds like a PvP thing. That is something pretty good though, right? Like if you stack up together, 40 Hasbro as a proxy is kind of cool, I guess. What other ways are there to give Hasbro to other people around you? There was like something else, wasn't there? But yeah, it does sound like is it all red knee pads with Hasbro? Interesting. Yeah, if they're all red, that's kind of cool. You could deal with hazards. You just sacrifice like not having like one DPS exotic, and maybe there's like a piece of content where maybe there's a piece of content like whatever that new incursion is supposed to be like where we're gonna need like Hasbro. Without too much of like a DPS loss. New gear, skill efficiency, repair, less duration to range, more healing. Oh look, you give your allies Hasbro by healing them. So you could give them like 70 Hasbro just by existing. And you have like pretty strong heals, 150%. But like usually you want the guy that's the healer to be the guy also hitting like the BTSUs, so I don't know. And then you have a repair skills, skill haste, skill efficiency sets. It's like a free safeguard right there, yeah. I do kind of like the damage boost from like future initiative though. But I guess if you don't want the damage boost to your team and you want like the Hasbro, I guess you use this instead. And now we have confusion. Perfect head scratcher. I hate confusion in this game. That's like another, that's gonna be disorient now. So during the test, all modifiers are from the start. We have, you know, gear caches, material caches. We have a PvE Dark Zone. Go check that out. Bunch of placeholder stuff. Okay. Well, I guess we can try out the PTS. Let's see.
You've received a report from the Dark Zone. When you're ready, meet me at the base of operations.
All right, what do we got here?
Entering safe area.
This guy's Cassius, right? So, was there new gear that we should mess with? Like, it's just like healer set. Just grab this. Let's take a look. Alright, the Caduceus. Still got that blue and gold. Like 50 round mag. Only 780 RPM. Makes the scar. I could shoot it a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, I have Striker on, so it's probably that. I got the typical Striker loadout on. Like, even if you're peaking at like a mil plus, I want you to say our crit chance is 60%. That's a health bar. Those damage numbers really because I'm hitting health, so I don't see this being worth using on a DPS player. Just kind of the whole point. Like, this have to be like way stronger to like have a DPS player turn into like a healer for the team. And if this gets too strong, then it's like it starts to replace the need for a heal in the first place. You want this shit to be 5%? Because, like, I don't know, what is that? Like 1.5% out of like a mil crit. Like 150k or something. Do I even get healed? Is it even working? Yeah, I mean, look, like, it takes like a whole mag to get maybe a third of an all-red build's armor bar back. It's a better way to look at it. Like, I'm not gonna use it. This thing's going straight in my stash. Because I like Caduceus and Div 1 more because that one used to reduce your cooldowns when you headshot stuff. So, yeah, there's no way to use that. There's no way we use that. And then here's this insult to injury thing, which applies confusion. It's a, I forget what this LMG type is called. It's one of the really shitty mag size, like L86 or something like that. And confusion should be disorient. Don't really care about it. Yeah, like OG Caduceus that had the whole cool-headed idea was so good, dude. I had a hybrid build that was popping off of that thing. And then the other one was this, like the... I forget what these guns are called, dude. My gun memory is really bad right now. I forget what this thing's called. But it's a rifle. Play a video game where ARs and LMGs are king. Unless you have like an 1886 with like a headshot build. Urban MDR, that's what it was. Dude, it's crazy. I memorized all the weapon names and everything before, and I'm just drawing blanks today. Like, what the... That's how irrelevant like those guns are. What else is this? Whiplash. Is this supposed to be the weapon we get next week? Yo, Megabucks with the Prime sub. So welcome on in. Appreciate it. This gun right here, it sounded kind of cool, and I realized, wait a second, I have Centurion holster, and also, you know, Quickstep exists. So, like, why would we ever not have Quickstep equipped? Yeah, might as well turn Quickstep into, like, a pair of shoes that everyone has equipped in the game. Like, otherwise, that's never leaving the pistol slot. Movement's too good. What else do we have in here? The healer set, the new healing brands. Safeguard. Perfect empathic resolve. That tooltip seems wrong. Nurse knee pads. They're all red with 40 hazard. Quick step shouldn't exist. I mean, just give everyone 20% more movement speed. Yeah, I guess this plus watch you're at 50. Then you can have the guy running this set give people hazard protection. But it's supposed to be up to like 30%. Specialization. Honestly, the entire spec system needs to be reworked too. That thing is so out of date, man. It hasn't been touched in like 6 years. Like the fact that you have to manually go and change your specialization numbers for weapon damage from 3 categories to 3 categories, you like a different build. It doesn't save your loadout. Super annoying. Like, why not just make it a node that gives you 15 weapon damage to everything and call it a day? You know? Why is there even a choice? If you have 15 weapon damage to like another gun outside of the 3 categories, like it doesn't matter. Why was there ever a choice? But yeah, with this, you can't stack this, right? Like if you had 2 of these equipped, or like, you know, on 2 different teammates, would it wouldn't stack, right? Like it would make sense for it not to stack, but like what if it did? You know what I'm saying? Just like casually have, yeah, you just casually have that blue buff. Okay. I feel like these might be, as somebody whose main focus is like endgame PvE, these might be good to have in your inventory for like day 1 incursion. Because that's what I'm seeing here. Like, this seems like there's going to be use case for that on your team. If this is coming out at the time that it's coming out, this is probably going to be like a day 1 incursion item. Potentially, if there's like a lot of stats effects, and like it would make sense for them to do so because they have all this like group stats effect stuff being added the same season. The healer can run 30 and like the DPS, one of the DPS run 40. Yeah, exactly. Like one DPS throws away an overdogs or something and just gain like like, where was the other one? Like, one DPS can have a coyote, one DPS still has overdogs for more DPS, I guess, and like one DPS guy has like the knee pads, and now you have 2 different group-wide buffs, and you have like, you have 3 DPS players that have like 2 different DPS like DPS support exotics on, basically. And then the third guy could just be like raw damage or something. I don't even know. Like, there's so many. I can't think of any other like group wide ones. But yeah, all that gear pretty much sorted. Let's go see the only other piece of like meaningful content for this one. Stop my screen. Well, first let's go here. So we want to farm this in the PvE Dark Zone. We want invincibility. Max capacity is 50. $20 DR. Armor kits reduce your damage by 20% for 30 seconds. You don't suffer negatives from toxicity. That's pretty good. You get another 30 Hasbro for free? What? You just get 30 Hasbro for free? You can apply poison. Contagious. Enemies with contagious take 50% more damage from all sources. Yeah. Farming those, and then I guess just reducing toxic accumulation so you can farm. So like 2 farming wounds and more damage. And invincibility. That's probably roughly what I would run for the most part.
Agent, we've received a report from the Dark Zone. When you're ready, meet me at the base of
Hasbro this season is so free. Is there anything else? Okay, let's just go to the PvE Dark Zone. That's the PvE one, right? Or is it the... Oh, that's this one. The green one's the PvE one. This one is the normal one, and this is the, like, coin farming one, I guess. Alright, let's see. Let's see. I mean, I think with backfire, I don't even need Hasbro for that. Because like the bleed immunity mechanic.
Proximity coverage only.
Alright, where are we? Let's see how long it takes to farm some currency. Wait, what happened to my stats in here, right? Because it's all normalized. No, blue is PvP stats, so we're still fine. The movement speed from the pistol is pretty bad, though. I can't even tell that it's working. Does anyone see a noticeable speed buff? Like, I don't. I sure as hell don't. Is it Dark Zone all PvE now? This one is, yeah. We're in the PvE Dark Zone, the future of the game. Future of the game, right here. We're all gonna be farming the PvE Dark Zone next season. Like somebody's playing with confusion. Who else is farming over here? PvE Dark Zone. I know this person.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Extraction helo. Almost within range. Helo is on site.
Do you need like good cover here? Not really. Okay, that's not a real piece of cover. Okay, my normalization values are so bad. Look at how tanky these things appear to be. Or maybe I just have stacks. That looked really bad. I'm contagious though, so like it's pop. Can make this guy contagious. Takes 50% more. Oh yeah. Just roll up. Roll up. Use contagion. Makes all the mobs take 50% more damage.
Landmark has been cleared.
All right, so this is what the new resource looks like. It's like a white little beam and like a blue canister. We have one.
Helo is headed back.
We have one from one landmark. And when the PvE Dark Zone comes out next season, I might have to fill an entire lobby up with just people from my stream. Let's try and do that. Wait, can you go rogue with
Enemy
this
control detected.
in the PvE lobby? This guy just killed himself. I think we're supposed to tap in and out of the Dark Zone with this.
Helo arrived.
Refresh our toxicity.
Precision range limited. Proximity coverage.
We could probably get like, you know, 12 juicers from chat. And just like run a full like, you know, a full 12-man from stream. Running a train through the entire Dark Zone. We get all the landmarks. Just free farm our seasonal bullshit up. Dark Zone seems really laggy, Jesus.
Agent down.
Spread the contagion. One whole canister. That's so red. Why is that so red? Oh, we're done here.
Serious trauma detected.
Oh my god, this cover system. What's that red aura? Is it like a modifier? Yeah, I guess so.
Detected. Immediate medical assistance
You can definitely feel like the desync when you ever play a Dark Zone server.
Proximity coverage only. Helo almost at extraction zone. Helo is on site. Landmark engaged.
The hell did I drop?
Retrieving contaminated gear.
Does prototype gear work? Now I think my gear is like actually normalized in here. You have normalization in the PvE Dark Zone, which doesn't even make sense. Why would you normalize the PvE one?
Serious trauma. Engaging landmark.
Unless that only means that they just turn off the prototype stuff. Like, it's kind of hard to tell. Like my UI says that like my stats are normalized, but like my armor kits don't seem as OP. My movement speed from the quick step doesn't work. God. That works.
Detecting contaminated gear.
Oh, look at all those resources.
Contaminated gear.
Look at all those resources. We got like 12 spray cans or whatever. But the only thing that matters next season when you're farming the PvE Dark Zone is just... it's just the seasonal resource. I guess like you'll slowly accumulate the DZ coins or whatever they're called. But yeah, even this is nerfed in here. What else is nerfed in here? I guess all your bars, yeah, your prototype gear doesn't work, right? So prototype gear doesn't work. This is fine. You just have regular expertise 30 gear on. You have nerfed quick step in the PvE Dark Zone. It says 20, but it doesn't feel like 20. My weapon swap looks like the same thing to me. And then like I'm pretty sure if it's choosing to go to my PvP stats, like we're still losing damage. There's some crit damage, there's some crit chance. Unless that just means... unless all that we're losing is... like, I don't know where the extra 3% crit chance is coming from, but... it might just be, like, the prototype gear turning off. I don't know how... like, I don't have any... crit chance prototype rolls, right? Or maybe this one rolled like that. Oh, maybe it is that one. Yeah, okay, so maybe, like, the UI for normalization is just... it just turns off your prototype. It could be this piece. I think that piece has crit chance. That's probably where we're losing the 3%. If you pick a lock in the PvE Dark Zone,
Now detecting contaminated gear.
I got 12 canisters. So these are fat. And the meta might actually just be to go and hit all the locks and then server swap. Kind of like how you're farming like level 30 Dark Zone for exotic comps. Taking lock on chest is worth way more than doing landmarks. And there's no penalty for activating that. Are there more of those like terminals or anything like that? And you can like pick the locks for free. You don't get penalized. There's no like rogue system. I didn't see any exo comps there, but I got 12 of the seasonal resource that we need. Right, so that's like one of those boxes is worth like doing at least like 2 landmarks. A couple more gamers over here. You have been pulsed. That means I can carry. Classic. Couple of dudes hanging out in the back of a truck. Oh, this guy gets it.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oxidizer. Is that contagion radius? That red thing?
Hostile.
Oh, I'm dead to whatever the fuck hit me here.
Almost within range.
That toxicity reload penalty.
Landmark has been cleared.
You can feel the toxicity reload penalty. Probably gotta dip out for a sec. Take a little breath of fresh air. Alright, so like 3 landmarks and like 1 box. We got like 29. Probably more. If you have a good landmark, let's just say you actually get tags on every single mob that's there or whatever. Yeah, this new DZ, this is like the seasonal mechanic. Like literally everybody who wants to progress their seasonal mechanic next season is going to be in the Dark Zone.
Base.
PvE Dark Zone. And I think that the game should have social open spaces to where you just kill shit with people. Because that's lacking. But I don't think the Dark Zone specifically is
DZ drop
the right place for that.
Dark zone drop has been
It diminishes the value. What the hell the Dark Zone is supposed to mean?
DZ drop.
Like if the Light Zone was a social, you know, PvE area and the Dark Zone was what it's supposed to be, then it would make sense. But let's go turn these in.
Hilo almost at extraction zone.
Meet me at the base of operations and we'll go over it.
Alright, when did we turn these in? It was here, probably. No, wait. What's the seasonal vendor?
How many people are
I guess it's not this one.
on the line to save a stranger?
Is it over here?
We've received a report from the Dark Zones.
Oh, it's like the
When you're
laptop
ready,
next to it.
Meet me at the base of operations and we'll go over it.
So you trade in 10 at a time. Wait, what? 15 to trade in 10? So, holy shit. Okay, we gotta farm 600. So you gotta farm a decent amount. Just be in the Dark Zone for a while. Like, we farmed, what, like 20, 30 of them? I guess it's not too bad. It sounds like a lot. The trade-in values are a little weird. I don't know why it's like flat numbers like that. But basically, we got to turn in 600. And now, do we have the buff? I guess we haven't leveled it up enough.
I've got what you want.
The resource cache. Let's see.
Good trading with you, agent.
No. What's up, Cope? So, if you wanted to do like this mechanic, it's like you go farm PvE Dark Zone. You gotta farm at least 600 of these, so basically live in the PvE Dark Zone. Alright, so a patch is gonna drop. We go straight to unlocking these things. Do journey, we go farm this currency. The numbers here all seem fucked up, but whatever. Numbers here don't even reflect what was on the numbers here don't reflect what's up here. You're essentially forced to play the PvE Dark Zone for the canisters, which is fine, because it's a PvE Dark Zone. Like, you just run around doing landmarks with a bunch of random-ass people. That's where the vast majority of the currency comes from. And you can loot the DZ chests for more currency. I did, like, what, like 3 landmarks, and I looted a box and I had, like, 30 of them.
Incoming cargo plane. Transmission range limited. Proximity coverage only. Access granted.
And I have 14 in my inventory, and I have an upgrade for holding, like, 90 of them. I have the passive to add more, right? So I can hold 90 at a time. Let's see if this event is any good.
Incoming Dark Zone drop.
Or the PvE Dark Zone. So the active modifier spends your canisters, but only if you manually reload your gun or automatically reload your gun, not with talents. So you can use a Bullet King and never have to worry about it.
By heavily armed hostiles.
You can spend them with the Surge, but as far as the actual buff is concerned, like, you can just play Bullet King next update. Bombed it here.
Serious trauma detected. Extraction called for.
What's nice about the PvE Dark Zone is that there's, like, all the PvP nerfs to certain things are active in here. Like, Quick Step is nerfed, my armor kits are nerfed.
Now detecting contaminated. Helo is on site.
Steal the drop. Let's see how much is in here.
Stealing Dark Zone drop.
I have like 18 currency.
Heavily armed hostiles.
So DZ drops are worth a decent amount. Skill build question mark? Never. This is an all red, only red stream. Some say I might be colorblind. I've never seen blue and yellow in my life. But yeah, any gun that doesn't have the reload, or any setup for your build next update where you don't have to reload, it'll be pretty good for the seasonal modifier. So basically grind out the... You'll basically grind out the health bar is so big.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
You'll grind out the modifier.
Agent down.
Pulse nade. That's fucked up.
Headed back.
You'll grind out the modifier, then you'll have this huge buff you can activate with the canisters. And then you don't even have to like worry about farming more canisters if you just have an infinite ammo setup.
Landmark has been cleared.
How many canisters do I have? 62? And you can farm these kind of fast. I feel like 1 or 2 landmarks in a DZ event. Yeah, so I think day 1 we're just gonna farm the modifier. Like we're just gonna like literally drop into the DC, get some people together or something, make it go super fast. Hit 600 plus canisters. Slam all the modifiers on.
Contaminated gear detected.
I see certain things don't ever change.
Extraction called. Helo almost at extraction zone. Helo arrived.
How's the armor get nerfed? It's got PvP values in the Dark Zone. Like the Dark Zone nerfs my overdogs from 30 to 18. The Dark Zone nerfs my armor kit by however much. The Dark Zone nerfs my movement speed on this thing. I definitely am not 20% faster. Right, but this is a PvE Dark Zone, so you would think that like your PvE values would be unaffected. So it's a little inconsistent. Like your prototype stuff being turned off in the PvE Dark Zone. Even that's like a little weird, right? Because I know they want prototype not to affect the Dark Zone, but like the PvE Dark Zone is just a PvE space. Yeah, that guy's healing a shitload. What is that? This guy?
Serious trauma detected.
Oh, I'm dead to that GL.
Agent out of action.
This guy's shooting heaters from back there, dude. Oh, it's just a bad position now.
Vital signs.
Dead. It's fine. Don't lose anything though. It's a PvE Dark Zone. The currency you farm in the PvE Dark Zone doesn't drop on death.
Helo
Like
is
the canisters or whatever.
safe area entered.
Get fast travel out of here. Let's see.
you're ready, meet me at the base of operations and we'll go over it.
Wait, what? What's on the numbers there? Here it says 5 out of 9. You didn't have like 60 or 70 of them? Or is that how many I donated? Or did we already eat a bunch of these? Did I burn all my canisters? Oh, my gun's missing attachments too. What is going on? Wait, that's in the UI there. Sure. We'll just be bullet K gamers for a little bit. What would it feel like to use this guy?
Scan in progress. Hostile. Reception limited. Proximity coverage only.
So presumably this won't burn my canisters. So I have 129 of them bottom right. What is that number? So on the PTS, the new seasonal stuff. Basically, next season is all about going to the PvE Dark Zone and farming canisters for like an upgrade, like for a seasonal modifier thing. You farm like 600 canisters in the PvE Dark Zone, cash them in. You get your maxed out buff for the season.
Extraction called for.
How long to take it? 600? The numbers don't make sense, but like, I don't think it would take that long. A couple hours, maybe?
Healers on site.
Does it depend on how quickly you're doing landmarks and how contested the landmarks are in whatever Dark Zone session you're in? It didn't seem too bad. Holy king. I'm not really sure what the placeholder artwork means. Like, I know I have contagion. That guy has some other mark on it. God, I hate LMGs.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
No safe pocket, you die? Yeah, I mean, you let people die, I guess, but all they're gonna really have on them is they're not dropping their canisters. They're gonna be dropping like their DZ coins or something,
Was headed back.
which is whatever. Gotta move. I don't like the damage that Bullet King has. He's suppressed because LMGs. The only reason I use this LMG is because there's like a mechanic of the new season that basically says like you'll burn canisters for like a buff.
Additional hostile contacts.
Every time you like manually or automatically reload, but this gun doesn't have to reload, so it seems like a good solution out of the gate. There's a few other ways we can do it. A car blew me up through the car, or the RC thing coming through that? That's insane. Yeah, like I don't like the Bullet King. I think that this is like a good out of the box solution, but I'd rather use like probably Centurion holster. Is a gun I actually like.
Vital signs critical. Landmark has been cleared. Immediate medical assistance.
So like a sniper turret in play.
Detonated gear detected.
But yeah, at least like, you know, next season, people that have always been like scared of the DZ will just go in there, I guess, and check it out. Like, I think the whole like social like landmark clearing experience is like I think it's like something the game needs to have, but the Dark Zone not the place for it. It needs to be like open world. The rest of open world should pretty much function like this does, but for PV.
Extraction called.
That's how I've always seen it.
Helo almost at extraction zone.
I'm sure Div 3 will do it.
Helo arrived.
There's just no way that they continue making these like hybrid, like essentially like, you know, solo open world games with like a touch of multiplayer, right? Surely they go more multiplayer, more social. But as I was saying at the start of today's stream, when I read the passion about like a PvE Dark Zone, I don't think the word Dark Zone, like the words Dark Zone and PvE should be in the same sentence. Like that's inherently goes against like the design philosophy of the game, like the franchise, like when it first started.
Detected.
It's kind of crazy.
Location guarded by hostiles.
But like obviously people want a social open world, right? Because this game is too antisocial. So that's like the, I guess being a seasonal temporary mechanic, that's fine, I guess, right? If they want to use it like that, that's fine. You only watch Division 2 because Jamie from Mythbusters running around and doing stuff like this is funny. This fucking guy.
When you're ready, meet me at the base of operations and we'll go over it.
This guy. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to use that gun. We could just go back to like, since the Dark Zone doesn't respect prototype stuff, we could just go back to like Big Dick Elmo in the Dark Zone. Just like slap the slap the Elmo on and like use the exotic holster for weapon swapping. Loadout I had last year. Do I even have striker gloves? Yeah, we'll just do something like that. You want players all over the city in skimpy outfits during roleplay and gooning. Wow. That's crazy. What's up, Crush? Hello, I need a new home. Yeah, I mean, this is like... Oh, for all the Destiny refugees, I mean, it's not bad. But we lack the social features. We don't have world's first races on the same level. We don't have consistent endgame content that's dropped on that level. I don't even think we have a narrative that's like that special. Because the Division 2 is pretty much like a corpse that got resurrected because of the end of life. The temporary end of life it had. It went into like a... So, there's that. But, I mean, as far as mainstream looter shooters go, it's not like you have very many options. You're either playing this or you're playing Warframe. Or you're playing TFD, I guess. And then you're waiting for like a new Borderlands game every now and then. But like, right, there's not exactly a whole lot left in this genre. It's kind of sad. Like I barely play Destiny, and like I think it's bad that Destiny's gone because we need more games in this space to like actually compete against each other. Otherwise, if it stagnates and there's only like one clear like market leader or something, then you just have other games only just being like that. And the one at the front is basically just not really innovating, so you don't really get a good consumer experience if you don't have competition. I don't know. As far as absolutely new ones go, I mean, I know the Cube is going to be a thing. That's something I'm more excited about than probably anything else in the space. Atomic Heart themed looter shooter MMO type of deal.
Good to see you, Agent.
You swapped to the MMO scenes, you're chilling now. MMOs are great, man. They're pretty dumb. They're pretty good for burning time. The problem with MMOs, the newest ones, is that the meta for new MMOs is typically come out of the East, and you get a lot of heavily monetized shit there. So that's the part of the MMO meta I don't like. Is that they're more okay with monetized experiences in the MMO space than I think any other genre. Outside of just like, I guess like mobile gaming as a whole. I don't like that. And I guess you have private servers. That's like an option too. I haven't really played with private servers in a while. I remember like as a kid, way back in the day. That's how I played MMOs. I had to play MMOs on private servers because like there's no way my parents would ever pay for a subscription or something. To all of like the top MMOs at the time. What's the new literature called? The Cube. It was like only announced as, hey, this is what we're gonna do, like as like a shooter MMO or whatever. But I have faith in that one.
Hey there, Agent.
Not because I think they know what they're doing with as far as like looter shooters are concerned, but because at least the Atomic Heart IP is like pretty interesting and successful on its own. So I think it's got potential. Most optimistic I could be, I guess, about a new game in the genre, considering how many L's the genre has taken over the last like 10 years and like what's left of it. Right, you think about Anthem, you think about Outriders, and like you think about what happened to Destiny recently, and that's crazy. Crazy stuff. What was I gonna check? To donate some more currency. All right, so I barely played. I donated what, 30 of these things. The way these are converting over is kind of weird. I guess it takes more canisters to generate sample size, right? So it's actually a weird conversion ratio.
Agents,
You basically lose a percentage of the canisters you farm.
Meet me at the base of operations and we'll go over it.
15 canisters turn into 10. You 15 of these to get 10 of those. The text is wrong. So you lose like a third of what you farm. That's what's going on here. You lose a third of your canisters. So you're actually going to farm 900 of them. 900 canisters turn into 600 sample size to get the buff maxed out. So one full-time day of farming the PvE Dark Zone is probably more than enough to farm this up all the way. And then you got to have a loadout for avoiding reloads. Is there a better exo farm? No. There was something in the patch notes. Where'd it go? About a vendor in DZ West that sells exotic caches. Let's see if I have enough credits for this. I want to see how many components are in a cache. Because basically, if you have like infinite DZ creds, then you can buy components cacher. It's one. It's one exo comp to 160 of these. So I don't know how many DZ creds, or whatever these are called, get farmed, let's say, per hour. But take that number and divide it by 160, and that's how many exotic components you can farm per hour, which is caches. Is that as good as what we used to have? Doubt it. Right, so I doubt this is like that great. This is an option, I guess, with how much Dark Zone farming people are expecting to be doing or expected to do next update. But yeah, this doesn't seem like... What even is like the limit of how many DC creds you can have? Is that in here? You can only hold 999? You don't hold 999? And you barely did. Fuck that. Munfish made Atomic Heart, yeah. And so the cube is a looter, like made like a shooter MMO inside of Atomic Heart's world. That's why it should be pretty dope. Like aesthetically, like that's sick. So hopefully the game design matches what we hope out of a looter shooter. So like that has potential. I haven't played Atomic Heart 1 or 2 or whatever. But I probably should. I wanted to when they came out. I think Atomic Heart 2 is not out yet, right? 1's already been out. I missed 1. I remember that, I'm missing that one when that came out. But yeah, going back to the subject of Division 2. So if you can only hold 999, that's what, like 6 or 7 comps? Like, bro, you're not farming 999 credits that fast. Yeah, I absolutely despise the situation with exocomp in the game. I absolutely hate it. Like, we basically need the devs to either engineer an actual proper economy for the resource. Or, I don't know, someone's got to find some other exploit, I guess. Or they need to make it so that you can just, like, which I think this is the better solution, is like prototype cores. Like, we only care about exotic comps on the level that we do because, you know, if you're expertise 30, you're crafting all your gear up to 30 and then gambling in a prototype, right? What I would rather see them do is make it so you can use your cores to re-upgrade a piece of gear the same way you re-roll your augment on there, especially when it comes to like unicorn pieces, right? If you have 1 Habsburg backpack and 1 Habsburg chest and you upgrade it to prototype, that's a 1 chance the one chance you're ever gonna have to like hope that god rolled unicorn piece gets max bars, and that's it. At least mine rolled with weapon damage, but none of my rare items like that rolled like 2 or 3 bars, right? So then that's it. It's like, I guess I'll just not have a maxed out piece. Like, you're on 700 protocores, you have 4 re-rolled builds.
Base of operations, and we'll go over it.
I mean, if you had that many exocomps, that's crazy. You must have sat on a lot of stuff. I didn't have like overcapped exocomps. If I did, I would be in a better situation. I don't have any maxed out pieces at all. I basically prototype my pieces like 1 time each and called it a day. Because I'm not going to go and put protocores into gear that's not perfect. Like, I don't even play the base game with any echoes. Like, I just don't care. It doesn't matter for incursion anyways. Right, you have like this extra power scale for regular content. It doesn't even affect incursions and raids. I'm better off waiting for them to like fix the system. But yeah, I don't know. Is there anything else in this PTS that we should talk about? Like, exocomps that aren't really solved. Next season is basically just farming a PvE Dark Zone for progress. Right, so we're gonna blast the PvE Dark Zone as long as it takes a listen maxed out. And then we make sure we have a surplus for the buff. And then we just play with whatever loadout we want to play with that has built-in reloading. So you don't manually reload your gun, but basically use a mechanic to reload your gun. If you want to upgrade prototype, about 30 items. You have 45 exos a week. I mean, yeah, the amount of exos you need is ridiculous. Like, I don't know what their data suggests with exocomps, but like, you know, the exocomp economy with how prototypes launch in this game is something that I could grind my ass off and it still pisses me off. I like, you know, as somebody who like does like full-time streaming and whatnot, right? Like I could like, sit here for 18 plus hours a day and I don't think it's worth playing the game. The farm at the current rates that they have it at, right? So now imagine how everyone else is who plays way more casually. Like they just go into escalation, call it a day and farm the pieces there, I guess, right? But like all of our unicorn pieces are disrespected by the system as it stands. Like I exploited the what's it called? The keys for the like the cherry blossom event, and got like, I don't know how many exocomps I could get, and like let's say like 20 or 30 copies of Lexington, or no, not 20 or 30, like 200 of them. I was only able to upgrade about 20 of them to expertise 30, and none of them god rolled. So like, all I got, my best one was what, this one? I think with 2 stats. That's it. I just have like a bunch of extra Lexingtons in here waiting to be dumped like with exocomps that I'll just never get, I guess, right? Like, just... and I wouldn't have to have farmed that many Lexingtons, or I wouldn't need that many exocomps if like we just use protocores. Like that protocore resource should just be the only thing dropping escalation. Then you just like sit there and like fucking, you know, upgrade your gear and then like roll it over and over. I don't know, I hate it. I don't like the system at all. It's not a clean design. It doesn't really follow the design patterns of like what we used to have. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else here. We're pretty much done with the PTS, right? Like that's just that. We looked over the talents. We saw this is like way too expensive. I think that like what we're feeling the effects of, and this is just pure speculation, right? This no idea internally what they do, right? But if they have a set timeline to release something, and then of course they're in a giant company, right? You gotta think about all the overhead of like deadlines, of corporate approval, you know, all that shit. That probably has like a pretty massive impact on what we're seeing, what we're getting. Not to mention the whole like, you know, live service has to have some amount of, you use what is it, like daily active users usually as a metric for success, right? That's probably what that is, right? So then we have like things that are tuned in such a way that just doesn't make sense. It's not balanced around what we're used to. Features that are probably released before they're fully cooked because they just have to release them. I don't know. That's annoying. Hope they can fix it, but it's pretty annoying. Your island expertise 30 when you get to level 30 how many exotics you need. So a piece of gear needs 45 exotic components to go from 0 to 30. 45 exotic components per piece. So like, if you wanted to manually upgrade your gear in a full set of gear, right, you basically have 3 weapon slots and 6 armor slots. Now, like, what you would do is worry about maxing out the weapon first. Your primary weapon is all that really matters. You get more weapon damage. The other 6 slots only matter these days because you can upgrade the prototype afterwards, right? So you start with your weapons, and then go to your armor. So like, let's say you have, you know, typical 4 pieces of striker and like overdogs and like an equalizer. And then you have like a Lexington. And then you also have like a stack broker or some other AA12 variant, and then your quick step. Like, you don't need expertise 30 your pistol. You could on your shotgun. All that really matters is that your AR is maxed out and your armor is maxed out. So like, let's say 7 times 45. Still a shitload, depending on how much you play and like where you started and like all that stuff. It's still a shitload. And then once they're all 30s, then you're gonna hit the prototype core, upgrade on them, and pray for the best. Now, because you're not like gate kept out of escalation, you could just skip all that, not even touch the system, and go straight into farming most of the gear, just playing escalation. Like if it's striker targeted loot, you could just get a full set of striker prototype just by queuing into the thing and hoping no one kicks you for being like a low geared player or something. It's pretty stupid. All right, so like a new player could skip expertise and shade rank and all that stuff and go straight into like prototype gear. They're still gonna need to like, you know, farm that stuff eventually, technically, if they want to like truly max out. But the progression of the game is skippable, and that's, I think, already inherently a flaw by design. It's stupid. Not to mention, like, the system also disrespects all like the limited time FOMO gear, unicorn gear. Like, you can't reliably invest time into perfecting those pieces. It's, you just get lucky and that's that. And like technically, like, you know, maybe like 2,000, 4,000, 6,000 hours later, like I could maybe try to farm a couple more copies of my unicorn chest and backpack and get lucky, but that's not worth the time. In relative to the scale of how long it takes to get everything else in the game, it's just not worth the time. So I just hope that they do something logical and make it so they use cores for everything. Re-upgrade prototypes with cores, you know, re-roll your augments with cores. Everything should be a core economy if your expertise is 30 and above. Like, exocomps being fixed or improved for people who are trying to catch up is still good to do. But as far as like, if your new goal is like truly perfected expertise, truly perfected prototype gear, all bars maxed out, all augments, it should all just be about farming escalation. I shouldn't have to think about farming another couple thousand exocomps to perfect my current pieces or whatever. I hate that so much. I really do. All right, is there anything else we should do? So PTS is pretty straightforward, right? To sum up the PTS and what the next season's looking like, it basically comes down to farming PvE Dark Zone, getting canisters, donating canisters, and potentially using a build that using a build that has no manual reload. Where was the part that explained this? I forget. Because you want this buff, right? You don't want to lose your buff. You want the high quality missions buff. And you get it from adding sample casters to the vendor. And your buff gets consumed by manual automatic reloads. An empty mag. I guess if you reload without going empty, that might be a thing too. But basically, if you have any sort of build that like that refreshes your ammo or reloads your weapon without it being a manual automatic reload from empty, you just keep that huge buff going. So I'm really just gonna stick with Invincible, farm PvE Dark Zone, and then we probably do this all in like a day. Do Journey. Then there's a bunch of gear I don't care about. Like I'm not a like I guess technically this is a good healing set, but Future Initiative is like slightly better. Yeah, about sums it up. Anyway, I got nothing else to do in the game. I think the next day we're playing Division 2 is going to be on Tuesday when we have a new Hunter on Tuesday. We have season finale on Tuesday. Was there anything else? It was like new Hunter and the season finale stuff, right? Oh, I guess that new event, the celebration event thing. Yeah. That's the other thing on Tuesday. I don't even know what else to play. Do I just do like a Path of Exile 2 speedrun this weekend or something? Like, I don't know. The modifiers? Do the modifiers even work in Escalation? Does Escalation allow for like global events or seasonal events to like buff you? Does it apply to everything? Does it apply all that stuff? Because yeah, like Frenzy LMGs are popular, but use ambush for damage. That's cool. I was under the assumption that it didn't work, but if it does, then like I guess it's pretty free. What are we cooking? We're just talking about the PTS and stuff. The TLDR of the next season is farm the PvE Dark Zone to max out the buffs. And potentially use a loadout that doesn't manually reload. If you don't want to waste the canisters for the crazy ass seasonal buff. If you do have manual reload, then you just go farm more canisters, I guess. I'm not really sure how many you can stockpile and hold on to, but your son asked you if you're gonna watch the new Mandalorian. You told him you're not a Star Wars fan. That's crazy. Yeah, I went over all the patch notes. It's not too crazy. But yeah, I got nothing realistically that I want to do in the game until Tuesday. So for you guys who are only here for Division stuff, I'll stream it on Tuesday. Well, I don't know if I'm starting with season finale or starting with solving the Hunter. It's like solving the Hunters is kind of cool if they're like a cool puzzle. Solving the Brooklyn Hunters last year when the DLC dropped, that was pretty fun. That was probably like the most interesting part. I guess on the live game, I still need to do the rest of my manhunt. Is there any events? Is there any events that I should care about? Let's look at the live game for a second. 5x seasonal? Yeah, I should probably do that. Do everything up until... I just gotta do my manhunt pre-rec stuff. So maybe they'll give me a reason to play the game today. Which means I'll play less on Tuesday, but whatever. When's Path of Exile 2 stuff? Is that next week? Also, when's James Bond? Like the 007 game? Oh, that's like in 4 days. Oh, okay. So like with the blast. Hold on. $7 a.m. on Tuesday. 7 a.m. on Tuesday for a 007. Is there a maintenance when the Manhunt mission comes out or not? Nah? Because the Manhunt mission would also be on Tuesday. So I guess I should probably play more of the game now today. This game is log in 3 times a season for vets. Yeah, unless you want to like farm escalation whenever it's Striker, I guess. Thoughts on Destiny 2? I had my own tweet about it, but I think we all recognize the situation. Like, whoever's in charge of decisions, right? It's like a generational fumble from where I'm sitting. How do you fuck up a franchise that's obviously very successful and has been for like a decade? And just be like you had Destiny all the way up to like final shape and you didn't have any plans for be like, okay, we gotta do D3 and like, you know, give people like a, you know, some upgraded engine and like a whole new like story arc to go into and all that stuff. And you just like, fuck it. Let's make Marathon and God knows what else with our, you know, take our A team and make them make a whole ass different game in a unreal, you know what I mean? Like it's like this shit is weird to me. I do the same thing. I think the same thing about Division. Like, how does somebody who has that like decision-making power at a corporate level decide that an ongoing franchise needs to be ditched for some other fucking random ass projects? Like, right? Like, what does that discussion look like? What does that analysis look like? And a lot of people were basically saying that, like, as far as like Destiny is concerned, the guy in charge, I guess, pumped up the numbers of the company to then sell it to Sony, to then dip out with his golden parachute. Which I guess is just like a CEO way of making money. I don't know. You do something, you pump the valuation of your company up, and then you sell it, and then you dip out. So I don't know. It's pretty stupid. Plus, the other thing too, as a Division guy who like dabbled in Destiny, is that we need more games in the space to be competitive against each other. And literature genre is like starved. You have Warframe doing its own thing, and then you have this game that's like a corpse that's been revived. And then you have TFD, which is like the Gooner Warframe, and then that's it. You have like an occasional Borderlands game, which is not even a live service. You don't have a looter shooter like Destiny that pumps out, you know, world first races on a like consistent basis. Like they basically created that meta, and it's so fucking cool to know like you have this like, you know, yeah, the pretty talented like art team and whatnot. They actually had like a narrative that looked like it was kind of cool. Had some good expansions. You also had like the in-game PvE content that was pretty diverse and pretty interesting. And like the whole like raid and like dungeon day one stuff is like super dope PvE content that they were able to like market and do more of with their game over there than we ever did over here in Division. And now we lose that. And then it's like, is this game even gonna do that? like, oh man. That's like an entire part of PvE games that's like, I would say they were basically like the the example to like draw from, and now that's gone. Like this game even was like first doing raids, was like, okay, that's cool. And then like, all right, now we're dabbling in some incursions. At least that's something. I don't know. It's pretty sad for the genre. Even if you don't play the game, I didn't really like it that much. That's basically how I see Destiny. That's how I see Destiny. Pretty crazy. I was even considering going to GCX this year, not because of Destiny, but because I have friends that are all like Destiny people. Because I met Glad on this game. He's pretty cool to hang out with. I've also met a lot of other, you know, primarily Destiny people, essentially through him or in other looter shooters. Pretty cool to like hang out with and stuff. But now, like, I think about GCX, like the timing might suck for like Division content, and also it might feel like a funeral. I don't know. That game, it's not sitting pretty. All right, what do we have here? That's a 5x. Did I do all this? Oh, I didn't. Let's just do it real quick. Manhunt. We have to do this one. Control point, Constitution Hall? The fuck? Haunted House. Hostage Rescue. Yeah, I found the Reddit post. It's exactly what I was looking for. It's like usually like data mine. Oh, I guess I don't do it like on hard difficulty. Let's go blast it real quick. But yeah, I don't know. It's I'm not a Destiny main, but it's basically it's just, I think it's just overall a bad thing for the bad for the genre to have like these like to be left with only like a handful of games. You said 40 in this game, it's very overwhelming. I mean, I guess I could see that, but basically when you're 40, like you've done all your story content, your goal is going to be to basically just start working on your builds. You know, start with Striker, get that going. It's like the go-to DPS set. Start working on just getting gear, working on builds, one build at a time. It's a lot easier to manage when you're new. Trying to figure out what the stats mean, trying to work on all the different forms of progression. Just gonna knock on my... Could probably crank the difficulty up, I guess, just for the sake of shooting stuff, but... Should do the New York expansion. If you're completely new to the game, I think you should do all the story content in order, yeah. That's my take on it. Like, for your first experience, like, you know, you do all of DC, then you... Technically, there's, like, an order to it. If you care about, like, the narrative a little bit. Like, you're technically supposed to do... You do, like, DC story, right? And then it's, like, invasion happens, you do that. And then eventually when your invasion's all done, then it's, like... You have... I think it was like Coney Island was supposed to lead into... There's a couple of like side missions in here. I don't know. Someone probably knows the order better, but I remember it was like DC into like the invaded version of DC into some like Coney Island into going to New York. I don't remember. exactly which other strongholds or missions there are in this map currently that were like narratively part of everything pre-New York, but at the very least, yeah, just do your main missions for DC and stuff and into New York, into Brooklyn DLC. If you want the meat of it, I guess. Like Pentagon and DARPA, like I don't even know when that fits in narratively anymore. But you should experience everything at least once before you get into like full blown just like grinding whatever's optimal to get gear. This is your first time on the game. Because like let's say I didn't give a shit and I wanted to farm, like I could basically get a new account and use the built-in boost the 40 feature. I don't know, probably go sandbag an escalation match and go get prototype gear and skip all the progression system of the game, but like that's stupid. Right, like I could go sandbag some escalations with like no gear and see if the host notices, and they're the ones risking all the tokens and I'm just there to leech, right? Like you could be like that degenerate with it, but like that's not what a new player should do, but the game would have let me do that. At the very least you could be like, all right, new player, boost the 40, maybe do like one countdown match with like some kind of support set as your, like probably let's say future initiative as a support set for escalation, then go do escalation and go farm that whenever it's like striker, and boom, you've right past all the progression of the game. Right, it could be something like that. Hostage rescue. Oh my god, man. I hate it when this game does that. You have to wait for a green activity to show up? Are you serious? Extracting max rolls? Yeah. Like, talking about like your library. That's not too hard to do. That's not too hard to do. What is it, like this thing? I mean, there's still some talents that are newer that I haven't bothered to extract, but yeah, I've had this maxed out for like 6 years. You play long enough, you'll see the max numbers for like everything. It's most important to have, I guess, like, you know, your core, like care about your crit chance or crit damage and your weapon damage ones the most. Like, you probably should just mostly lean into a red build.
Supply room access unlocked.
Like, let's say you have a full inventory, and most of it's stuff you don't care about for your build. You should probably do a scan to see, like, if there are any attributes you can extract, because you are going to want to have the important stats maxed out for, like, a DPS build or something, right? Because that, like, back in the day, one of the systems, like, so there's a system in this game where you can, currently, where basically like you can invest resources. Do I have any examples? All my gears prototype. Right, so normally a piece of gear drops like this, right? It's not expertise, it's not that, it's like a green or yellow color or whatever. It's got a random roll. Right, so if I have with skill tier gear, this is the easiest, right? If you want to make a healer build, it's like maxed out, it's like really easy. Because it's already got this core attribute's already maxed out. It's big, it's baked in. So then if I just have a bench upgrade of like, let's say 10 skill haste or something, right? Like I can modify this and put a perk stat here, and then the whole piece is maxed out. Right, so it's very easy to assemble a build that's like yellow with maxed out bars and everything, because you have one maxed out stat from the station, and then the core attribute's always maxed out on yellow pieces. For gear sets. And for non-gear set pieces, they usually have 2 attributes, right? So like, yeah, if you've played ARPGs, you should be fine. It's not too bad. But like, you want to collect the stats. Like, this game is like a really dumbed down ARPG. It used to be more complex 6 years ago, or 7 years ago now, but they nerfed that a lot, and they reworked the loot system to be like very, once you get used to it, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's like very one-dimensional with like how things scale, what's ideal, and so on and so forth. We have 3 core attributes on gear and like a total of like 12 attribute rolls. And you basically assume everything will be maxed out in your in-game build anyway. The only real variation on builds is like a combination of like, let's say, you know, what gear set you use and like what talents like you have on chest and backpack. That's where like the meat of your power comes from. Also TLDR here. There's a PvE Dark Zone next update.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
That's the TLDR.
Detected.
Yo, Chef, thanks for the tier 1, man. Welcome on in. Appreciate it. But yeah, Flesh, the TLDR for next season is there's a PvE Dark Zone. You're gonna farm the PvE Dark Zone to max out your
Detected.
seasonal modifier stuff. I don't know when the new incursion is supposed to be. Don't know when the new DLC is supposed to be.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
I just gotta claim some landmarks over here. I'll just play on normal because I want to speed up through this, but there's a 5x seasonal XP event happening right now on the live servers, so I'm doing that. The Dark Zone not already PvE only. I mean, for PC players, very much PvE only or cheaters. For console, I think those guys still like to bully each other over there. You know how it is. For the flare.
Reinforcements incoming. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Yeah, this game doesn't have crossplay yet. I don't know when exactly. I thought it was supposed to come out this summer. Did they say anything about it? I forget.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Speedrunning my control points on normal.
Come on, keep moving.
So the game wants me to do a hostage rescue. I really don't like it when the manhunt has me do hostage rescues. I think the open world needs to not have green events. I think that's really stupid. All the events should be red. Should always be available on your map. You shouldn't have to like go make your map green so you can see green events. I've hated that ever since this game dropped. I'm gonna go claim that one too.
Hostile broadcast picked up. Supply room access unlocked.
That's probably better that I do all this now, you know? Finish up my season's pass, get whatever else does it get from it. Make sure I have access to the manhunt mission as soon as it drops on Tuesday. We do manhunt on Tuesday, we do the new hunter on Tuesday. And then we're just kind of vibing until 007. I could probably just do all that and play 007 afterwards.
Detected.
Yeah, PoE 2 is gonna be pretty sick next update. Now, that's kind of the goal next week, is we try to finish up this season next week as soon as possible. Then we play 007, which is like probably a day or two of streaming at best. And then I guess we just play PoE 2 after. A little bit of variety, getting the new games and the updates.
Reinforcements en route.
Yeah, I don't know when this game's getting that DLC they were talking about.
Hostiles detected.
What class on PoE? I don't know. I haven't looked into what's changed at all. When that PoE 2 first dropped, I played Mercenary with the crossbow, but I don't like how they balance the armor of the game. So being like a hybrid armor evasion loadout feels bad. Then I played Deadeye, Lightning Arrow, like that same first season of the game, and I was like, wow, this is so free. Then at some point I played Huntress whenever that was new. And both times it was pretty much like, if you play Evasion with Lightning, it was pretty good. And that's part of just like the mechanics of the game. Like, if you do Lightning, you have Shock. If you have Shock, you get more damage. And then you basically pivot into like having some kind of like freeze mechanic on top of that. Right? So like, that just seems like the strongest way to go about it with the game. There's a bunch of other crap you can do in the game, but like, when you look at the mechanics like that, it's like defensively, you have armor, evasion, and energy shields. Evasion's pretty good. I like it, and then eventually you migrate into having evasion plus energy shield or whatever, and some cool notes for that on that side of the tree. And then as far as elements are concerned, like lightning into freeze, typically the way to go. So like I always end up like having stuff like that. There's a lot of overlap on items in that game too. So then, let's see if I can log out and log back in. But having played with the grenades on crossbow the first time, I don't want to do that anymore. Like, I want movement speed. I usually play solo self fountain as well, so like, I just make my own builds. I just make it work. Like, I know that if I do anything related to like using a bow, chances are everyone would be like copy pasting the fub gun build or whatever. You know, essentially be my own process of solo self found. I just make my own build, and I basically end up in the same place those guys end up at, but like at a way slower pace because I don't grind the game 24/7. I don't trade, so like essentially what happens.
Hope this weather doesn't get too bad on you.
All right, when do I get a hostage rescue on map? How do I trigger one? How do I trigger one? I mean, I guess for manhunt we just go... Oh, no, you have to do this. If I switch world difficulty... Fuck. Does this boost your seasonal XP? I don't think it does. What we're looking for? We gotta wait for a green event to spawn on the map for hostage rescue. It's like the most miserable objective. Because you have to have green control points, then you wait. I hate that so much. It's one of the, it's like a dated mechanic from like literally like day one of this game launched 7 years ago. This whole idea that like, oh, you have to like make control points go green to see green events. Why do they do this to us, man? We're just getting farmed for daily active user count. I know they're live service metrics. It's such an unsatisfying objective. Do a specific green event, a specific part of the map. Let's see. Space admin, show control points southwest. Control points West Potomac Park. Space Admin HQ. Choke control point southwest. Choke was here, right? Warhound convoys. I gotta do a Warhound convoy in this area? It's a good time to drop a Div 3 release date. I don't think they're ready for that level of marketing, but you're right. Hey guys, I heard Destiny 2's dead. By the way, the true D3 is coming out. This is what it's looking like. The only D3. I mean, I guess there's Diablo 3, but you know, mid one those account. It's only D2R and then D4. Yeah, it'll probably take a while for Div 3 to come out, but like I remember when Div 1 came out, like we had marketing for Div 1 3 years before it came out. The E3 2013 trailer was huge. Just spawn something, please. Let's go do that, I guess. Anthem, I mean, having played Anthem beta or whatever, and played Anthem at launch, plus seeing how they respond to people farming loot caves in their game, and I'm permanent glad. It's like new games with shitty moderation practices, or like when you don't have your game figured out properly and you're choosing to like ban people for trying to like farm your game, and it's just like it's a bad sign. Was beta supposed to be a third of the content? I went from playing Apex to playing Anthem to playing Div 2. You got banned on Anthem too? That's funny. I never got banned on that one. But I just remember hearing Glad get banned, and like I remember this. I saw that he made a video about it. I was like, wow. But yeah, as far as PvE is concerned, banning players for farming your game because they recognize a pattern that lets them get more loot to drop in the game is wild. Like, bro, like the moderation team for that game is cooked. Like, of course, players are going to be like, okay, I'm only getting this many rewards from this. How do I get more rewards, and try to look for something in the game? Like, that's just natural. It's PvE. Them farming something faster than other people because they recognize a pattern other people didn't know about or whatever. It's just part of, like, learning how a game works and thriving in it. I'm banned you with a stern warning. I'm playing realism mode right now, just like headshotting dudes one shot.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I mean, even Russian Consulate in 1.0 of Div 1, that game was so stingy with loot drops. Right, like if you think about The fact the game didn't have target loot, and the fact that the game barely even dropped high ends, and the high ends are what you wanted, like, of course, like, even things like that. Russian consulate farming was, like, hilarious, though. I think that was probably one of the most unique types of farms I've ever seen in a game. Because it combined, like, 3 or 4 different exploits into one farm strat. Like multi-grouping, you could, like, shoot through walls, because, like, you could literally, like, deform a wall with enough bullets to, like, actually drill a hole. Right? Like, you could keep shooting this wall, like a wall like this, right? Until you could, like, literally dig through the concrete. And so you'd have people outside the mission drilling a hole. You'd have a guy drop, like, a wall, mobile cover, and then, like, glitch through the wall. You had, like 12 or 16 or 20 something people or whatever out here waiting. And the guy that go in and out of the wall would be, like, the one basically resetting the mission. It's, like, so funny. And then on the other end of the hole here was, like, the mission boss that would spawn, like over there, basically. And people would just, like, farm the fuck out of that shit. It's, like, such a crazy combination of like, bugs in the game. Yeah, like, you would drop the mobile cover so you can glitch the wall, you get into the end of the mission to reset it or whatever, and you spawn the guy. You'd have a whole fucking firing squad of, like, you know, more than 4 people or whatever it was. Like, basically an entire Dark Zone worth of people in the light zone, just, like, blasting a boss through a hole in the wall. It was, like, one of the funniest, like, farming strategies I've seen in any looter shooter. Or any game, really. I've never seen that many, like, exploits in the game get combined into something like that. And that's just, like, cool, unintended game behavior that, like, if the people banned for, it's just cringe. Like, it's just one of those cool things you remember out of a game, even if it's not intended. Like, who cares? Just, it didn't hurt anybody. It's a PvE game. Like, so that's what, like, I think about, like, you know, even like Destiny. It's like, okay, loot cave, like, farming stuff like that is just part of gaming. And so whenever I see some, like, other random dev team come out with some game that has some PvE live service thing going on, and they're like, take some hard stance against, like, some of the dumbest things, I'm just like, bro, what are you talking about? Have you played a video game before you decided to make one? Like, who are these people working for moderation? Like, who drives these leadership decisions? There's a pretty big difference between, like, exploiting in the PvE context or just, like, farming, and, like, exploiting something that, like, I don't know, deletes some other player's account or something that ruins their experience, right? Like, there's a whole different range of things. Alright, do we have a green thing here? And we have target practice. Supply drop. Still nothing. Your chat box on Twitch doesn't work? It's probably because their 7 TV's bugging out. I heard that that extension was having problems.
Supply room access unlocked.
What am I doing in here? Yeah. Anthem had some, like, loot cavey stuff, but they were heavy-handed over there with their bans. What else was there? I guess New World. That game was more like an example that they weren't actively monitoring anything or really actively patching anything unless people complained. So it's another example of, like, things basically don't get addressed if they're not made public and, like, and basically become an eyesore. Do a few more control points? Yeah, I need to free up some of the map, I guess. I'm just gonna speedrun it on normal because, like, I don't want to reset my progress now.
Access key detected.
I think that clearing this might help. There's one. We got one. Yeah, all like the gear bugs in Path of Exile. See, the thing about ARPGs, and this is why like I think that the ARPG seasonal model is fucking superior, is that it doesn't matter how much bugged shit happens in a season. You let that just be part of the fucking gameplay, or you know, nerf it accordingly, and then like all that stuff doesn't matter when it leaves that league and the new league starts. That's like one of the best things about it. We get to have fun with whatever the hell's going on, even if it's like broken OP, whatever. Maybe they nerf it mid-season, maybe they nerf it at the end of the season, but like, you get to enjoy that time period of the game for what it is. And then that stuff doesn't plague the economy going forward. It's one of like the biggest advantages of that model.
Friendly combatants nearby.
Rip Destiny? Yep. Destiny being ripped though is really bad for Division, honestly. Less competition. You don't want to have less competition in this space. Like we're like the looter shooter genre has taken so many L's, it's terrible. It's not a good thing. Alright, manhunt. Now we have to do this. It's a bounty. Hit this one.
Target is near you, Agent.
So that's the big downside. It's like I will keep saying this, right? Like I think the way Destiny got handled is like a generational throw. What's that guy doing up there? The way Destiny got handled is a generational throw. Like how do you not use your final shape as your stopping point and then go and figure out where the direction of the story is going in a whole ass new title and series and everything? Like it's such a crazy throw. And then you got the lead people in charge to make the decisions, not only not choose a good spot for Destiny 2 to stop and Division or Destiny 3 to go to start, but then they're also like, you know what? Let's add a bunch of other new IPs and projects to our portfolio so we can sell the company off and then dip out with money. Like, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. The kind of decisions the people up top can make and ruin things that are meaningful to people.
That's the target, Agent.
HVT1. I get a couple exo comps. Definitely started on those. Alright, next manhunt thing is this one. Oh, we don't get that until next week, huh? That's right. Alright, this one is what? Space Admin HQ. What's the normal version of it? Space Admin has legendary? I don't remember that at all. When did Space Admin get legendary?
If we want to get Isaac back online across the country, we need to reconnect the local system to the satellite network.
Oh, is the UI just
That at
bugged?
the NOAA headquarters building.
Get to the control room. I can walk you through the process from there.
Target down.
Is that why it said Masters?
Like you
or,
earned yourself another bounty.
sorry, that's why it said Legendary, because it's like bugged.
Serious trauma detected. Agent malfunction.
The control room is at the top of the atrium.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Season's Pass, level up. Infinity Castle? Yeah, I mean, I watched the first movie of it, yeah. That was this morning. Watched all 5 seasons of Demon Slayer, and then I watched the movie this morning. And then I was like, in Discord, I was like, bro, why did you guys tell me to watch this? Like, I'm getting blue balls, and I gotta wait like another 3 or 4 years to finish the goddamn series. Ever do Descent in this game? I did when it was new. I think Descent still has like a purpose for like unlocking certain like blueprints or something, but I barely have a reason to play this game, given that I've played every single update since it came out. It used to be more meaningful to play this game on like a daily basis when it was newer, because there was more to grind. It wasn't optimized to be like so forgiving and everything, right? Like there's certain things we just didn't have. Shit, I don't even think we had like the bench for a while, like the stat library. I'm gonna get that into like year 2. Just have to farm like multiple copies of different types of gear, different brands, and hope that like they rolled a high stat that was higher than like other pieces of gear in certain like imagine like a piece of gear can have up to like 4 stats, but the ones that have 4 stats, all the individual rolls in that piece of gear can't be very high on average. But if an item has like 1 stat or 2 stats, then the average roll of those items was like way higher. So you'd like find an item that had like 1 stat, and then you keep in your stash, and then you have to find an item that had like whatever stats you're looking for, so you can transfer the 1 stat item into the, say, the 2 stat, 3 stat, 4 stat item that you found. And you hope that like the items had enough budget to fit that like stat in there, because like the whole item was like balanced around this idea of a budget where like,
I've sent the coordinates for the
you know, sum total of all your stats on the piece of gear was like within a certain amount. Like it was more complicated, but it was also like there was more gear chase. I have a very old like build video of what that looks like on my YouTube channel for like 7 years ago. It's like even the talents, you could have like talents in like every slot of gear. And those talents had conditions, and like, you know, you had to have like, let's say like 15 red stats in your build to like activate the talent. So you had like different builds where like, oh, I got like 15 reds and I got like 5 blues and I got like 0 yellows, or some people had like, for PvP had like 3 11 7, 3 reds with 11 blues and like 7 yellows for PvP. Plus whatever other talents they wanted to have in all the slots that were activated off those numbers I just mentioned. That was pretty cool. The problem is that like that version of the loot system we had in year 1 didn't have any support systems to like make it more realistic for people to get like their builds going. You had to run a lot. Definitely a lot more than the current audience of this game is used to. These days it's like pretty trivial. There was some pretty cool innovation then. Yeah, it was cool. Like, it only lasted for a year. Like I said, the only build I've ever been proud of in Division 2 pretty much is like my year 1 build video from Title Update 7. Then I try to explain the math, damage, and a quick like 2 build videos for like meta DPS red builds like 6 years ago, and that's it. I haven't bothered making cats this game since. And as people are finding out in the current age, now that escalation's a thing, that like, yeah, pretty much just all red strikers is what you do. Before escalation was a thing, it's like you could pretty much run whatever build you want because the power creep is so high. You have to think about like having a meta build, but like whenever hard content gets added, it's just like we just go back to basics, back to all red striker. Damage scaling is so much better on this set over like pretty much every other combination of the game. And it's sad too, because like Division 1 basically ended up like that. Striker just ends up being the common theme. Like when Division 3 rolls around, I'm telling you, whenever Striker gets out of the game, it'll probably be like the same as Striker in 1 and 2, where they'll be like, okay, here's Striker, here's a penalty for using it, don't miss your shots. And then say like 6 or 12 months later, they'll remove the penalty, and then Striker will be like the set that everyone uses again. History repeats itself. The funniest things. What's up, Smokey? Good morning, brother. It's like 3 p.m. Yeah, I mean, like, whatever they do in Div 3, it needs to be, like... They have to have a long-term thought process. Like, I am tired of being a Division fan and having a game that basically lasts, like, for, like, a year or 2. And then it gets, like, axed randomly by whoever's in control. I like what Destiny was able to achieve. I think it's really fucking cool. Right, to have an ongoing franchise that, like, actually, like, you know, has a good couple of years behind it that's just like fall off, and then you have to wait like God knows how long for the next one to drop. I mean, we know we're getting a Div 3, we know we're getting content for this game too, right? Like, we know our game isn't dying on June 9th or whatever it is for like Destiny is. We know that Heartland got axed before they ran into a marathon situation, I guess. I don't know. We know they were able to produce Outlaws and Avatar, which were probably okay for their financial returns. I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty sad, man. It's bad for looter shooters as a whole that Destiny's getting shit on. Well, you gotta have competition in space.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
you enjoy the franchise, if you enjoy this like genre, you gotta have competition in space. Lag above 200? No. Yeah, but everything seems fine. There's like 2 random little, I guess like CPU spikes I had earlier, but I don't think that's related to what you're talking about. Screamed completely wrong there. Like a button around here somewhere. Yeah, I forget exactly. There's just the one laptop over here. The fuck exploded.
Medical assistance needed.
It's like a super delayed grenade.
Alright, this will extract the transmitter from the module and connect it to the rest of the facility. Then we can link up with the division satellites.
So where this guy spawned.
Agent, are you alright? Sounds like you've got company.
Oh, come on. We haven't gotten any news about the DLC, right? DLC release date, incursion release date. Those 2 things are like the most important to me as far as like what's happening next to this game.
Satellite network is back online. I'll send a team to secure the transmitter for safekeeping. Good work, Agent.
I'll write the choke. Survivors, yeah, I predict that it's gonna be like, if they want to follow, I predict Survivors is like a November release. So that would be like a 10-year anniversary of Survival. That's what I'm expecting. I'm hoping that whatever survivors end up looking like, that they do it justice. But I also fear that, like, with how PvE this game has gotten, that, like,
Heavily armored. Hostile detected.
survival PvP would probably fall off way faster than it ever did in Div 1. Because that was like the only type of PvP Division 1 still had after like all those gear sets and balance changes. That was like, you still felt like it was more about like skillful, you know, movement and gunplay instead of just like having some kind of cheesy build to kill people with.
Detecting additional hostile contact. Heavily armored hostile.
Like PvP in early Div 1, I felt like was, with everyone running similar things, like when you don't have that many gear sets in the game or like cheesy effects, you should have PvP that's like more skillful, and then like as the game goes on in its life cycle, it's like the game adds so many
Incoming hostile.
sets and bonuses that are just silly, imbalanced for PvP type things. Like PvE wise, it's fine.
Heavily armored hostiles detected.
Progressively get like stronger and get some silly builds going in the PvP wise, I don't like seeing PvP basically lose skill in order for having to have like those things exist. Yo, King Pred, what's up, dude? That's the raid, bro. How you been? You running this or what? You doing a little div? A little something else to listen to. Grinding purples. Yeah, for me, I'm just doing some. I'm doing these now while the seasonal thing is going for 5x. I wonder if it's gonna bump me up to 100. I wonder if we're gonna bump up to 100. This is the bounty. Omega Servo with the 4 months. Welcome back, bro. Appreciate it. Yeah, the next time we're actually gonna play a little div is gonna be on Tuesday once I'm done with this. Get season rank 100 while we get the 5x. Oh my god, my hand is sore from controller use. Holy,
Supply convoy detected.
for real? Huh. All the Forza that I played with the controller for like 60 hours in like 3 days or whatever it was. My hands are like legit sore
Supply room access unlocked.
from all the driving I was doing. Weatherman, what's up, dude? Weatherman forever while we're doing the Weatherman bounty. Damn, we're actually hunting you down right now. What controller? Just an Xbox One controller. Or Xbox Series X controller. Am I done with Forza? I don't know how many more times I'd play it. I've pretty much done most of the content at least once. The rest is just, you know, racing people for multiplayer or grinding currency, which I don't really care to do.
Classified assignment location detected.
What else? Like, I basically beat all the one-time content of the game for the most part. Right, so it's like, do I want to just grind Forza? Am I not doing a bounty? Do I want to grind Forza for multiplayer? Do I want to keep pushing leaderboard times? I still have Forza installed. But I've kind of covered it. Or like, I'm not like a racing game main, but like I did enjoy playing it. Today is a Division 2 day. This weekend, I don't know what we're doing. Do I just like start prepping for Path of Exile? Make some builds? That's the problem. Like, once I'm done with this today, I don't really have an active game I'm playing. So, like, I could play more Forza. Or try and see if there's anything else that's newer that we haven't covered. Like, on Tuesday, we have season finale for this. Then we have 007. Alright, so the main HVTs are done. We could do this on Tuesday. And then that. Alright, so then in terms of seasonal stuff, I don't care about the event pass. And we're so close. Where do we have it all? Oh, I don't have the premium one. That's right. I didn't care about premium this season. Do I care about premium?
Team 2, status.
Do I care about premium?
Control point's ours. Should we secure the civilians? Unnecessary.
I'm probably never using that gun.
Division-friendly assets on site. Teams 1 and 3
Or the hoodie.
Zebra, stand by for transport.
Or the armor or weapon pattern.
People, on to the next.
Yeah, I don't think I care about those patterns. I think my camos from like a couple seasons back were like way better looking. Like all this like black tusk stuff, I don't think I care. And then event pass. These pants come with knee pads. Don't like that. So I don't think I care about this. And we have full Rat Queen, and we could also grind to have like full Danvers, but like I don't think we care about that. Journey's been done. Yeah, I think we're good. Right, we're seasons pass 100. All right, so we're caught up. We literally just. Why is this still there? Oh, it's not over yet. Never mind.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Target neutralized.
Oh,
Good
I
work.
guess it bugged. Did it bug? What's going on here? Is there a hole in the ground? Like, what's going on here? Is it these guys?
Thank you for keeping us safe,
Okay,
Agent.
now it's them. That's so weird. And what classified missions down here? It's like a new one in the sewer or something? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking for here. just figured I should go here because there's a giant blue circle on my map and I don't want to see it.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
But yeah, we had season rank 100, got that out of the way. We're prepped to do the manhunt on Tuesday. And then the new hunter. And then that's it for the season, right? And then we go play 007 on Tuesday. And then that gives us time until Path of Exile 2. Where's the doorway for this?
System disrupted.
I guess in here.
System back online. System malfunctioning.
Like we like drain the fountain or something?
System disrupted. Restored. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Access key detected.
You guys know where this classified assignment thing is? I went down the manhole, but I didn't get off my screen. Must have went the wrong direction. Oh my god, it's right there. I see. I looked that way only. I don't have this one, but like I don't care. It's they changed classified assignments to not be like fast travels on the map, so I really dislike this UI change. I get that they did it to like make the map less busy, but these being fast travel points is like one of the best things about them. Now you have to like go to your map, go to the tab, click this, and then find it and go, and that's stupid. If you zoom out all the way, I don't see it. Is that a controller thing? Oh. Oh, God, what? What was that transition? It's so slow. Yeah, I don't like that decision was made for me. Like, I would prefer to, like, see it on the regular screen and have it, like, be, like, an option or a filter or something that just hides instead. If that's too busy for you. It's just, it takes away from the quick navigation I'm used to, you know what I mean? Anyways, minor gripe, this game has way bigger issues. But yeah, casual little 4-hour session of Division. Whatever we do on Division on Tuesday will be even shorter, I imagine. Unless it takes a while for us to solve the Hunter. I hope it's a little bit difficult. But what do we have here? Yeah, the new event. We got the new event on Tuesday. And a new Hunter on Tuesday. Yeah, so basically, because we're in a Brooklyn celebration week or whatever, or 2 weeks. That's why we have the Twitch drops. It's why we have an event pass. On Tuesday, we get a Hunter in Brooklyn. We're supposed to be the Phoenix Hunter. And it's going to be like another thing we can solve. So we'll have a little Hunter puzzle to solve next week. Which is cool. And then it's going to be in the Brooklyn DLC area. And then we also have the end of, you know, season manhunt thing to do. Right, so those are our objectives next week. Just going over here, doing this thing, which is going to be capturing control points in West Potomac, and then doing Warhound convoys. You're shitting me. We have to like capture probably at least one of these, unless they want us to capture all three, and then find a Warhound convoy in this area, and then do the bounty, and then I guess it's like a special version of the Pentagon mission. And then the Brooklyn DLC area, which we haven't been into since last year. The Pentagon's the best soundtrack in the game. I would love to agree or disagree, but I have absolutely no idea what what it sounds like. I haven't played with in-game music on this game in a long time. I sometimes choose to do it for like new content, like we did for DLC, I think. All right, is there anything else division-wise? Otherwise, I'll probably see any Division gamers in chat again on Tuesday. Early Tuesday. Pretty much as soon as it's possible to even play the game, I'll do it on Tuesday. Because on Tuesday, we're going to go from slamming the new Hunter and the new Manhunt mission into playing 007. That's the plan on Tuesday. But like, what are we doing from now until Tuesday? I don't know. I haven't really gotten to stream very much this week. Like Saturday and Sunday and even Monday, I don't feel like I have anything cool or new lined up for you guys. Is there, like, let's check game releases maybe? Game releases 2026. Like, another thing I should have done a long time ago was like work on some other, you know, non-streaming related stuff. I mean, I guess I could like fix my stream overlays and like get that thing off from the middle, top middle of my screen, move it somewhere else. Play mixtape. Why? Are we just gonna go and is this one of those games where like game reviewers score it all high and like actual gamers are like, what the hell's going on with these reviewers? Wasn't that the deal with that? Please don't, I was joking. Yeah, don't play it. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I never got access to this game. That could have been kind of cool to play. People saying it's been saying it's really good. Otherwise, we're just basically waiting for this. Luna Abyss. Was that in here? Let's scroll past it. It's too bright. Alright, decent scores. From whatever those people say. Who knows if I don't care. Let's go here. Let's take a look. It's a demo. Dark and weird looking game. Single player story driven action adventure with fluid platforming and bullet hell combat. Oh, platforming. Oh wait, it's first person. That's different. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably enjoy just shooting stuff. That's cool. I saw guns and I saw first person, so like, could be cool, I guess. Lock on gunplay. Lock on targeting. That's probably okay. I don't know. I don't know how that game's doing. It came out a while ago, though. I like playing games on day one. I see some people are playing it. And by some people, like maybe one or two big streamers are playing it. Oh yeah, I sat next to this guy at the Crimson Desert event. This guy was cool. It's like a small like indie game kind of thing. That's cool. But I finished that in like a day, easily. But yeah, if I do get access to Lego Batman, I would play that over this weekend. We talked about Destiny 2. They even tweeted about it. Like, basically, it's insane that leadership of a franchise like Destiny could fuck it up so bad. And that's one of the most ridiculous things I feel like we're ever going to see. Is something that is people care about and is successful being basically thrown away to do some other bullshit from a like corporate, you know, CEO level perspective to just like basically kill the whole goddamn franchise. Like the impact of whoever those decisions making are to go into like to fuck up something that people give a shit about instead of making the logical decision of like going from Destiny 2 ending with Final Shape and going to Destiny 3. They're like they move their talent over to something like Marathon and do God knows what else to sell their company to Sony and get a huge package and leave and fuck everything up for everybody. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Make something really cool. Inflate the valuation of your company. Sell it off and let it just die. I don't know. It's pretty wild. Wild stuff. I think it's really bad for looter shooters that another one basically died. Yeah. That over me, boys. I want to play more of something, but I just got nothing. Next Division 2 stream will be on Tuesday. And then, of course, day one of the season after that. Then we have 007 First Light lined up for, you know, as early as we can on Tuesday. That's the goal for that day. We'll ride that out on Tuesday and maybe even Wednesday. And then we have the prep for Path of Exile 2 League, I guess. Play that for a little bit. And then we come back to Division, I guess, and do that. when the season drops. And then I don't know, I don't think we have a whole lot else of crazy stuff happening. Like I don't have any like, not really aware of any like new complete banger games that are gonna like keep us like locked in for a while. Like I don't know when Division 2 is getting its DLC. I'm sure we'll play I'm sure we'll play that Assassin's Creed Black Flag game in the summer at some point. Hi, Livid. Yeah. I'm so like I forgot to, you know, I forgot to look through my email menu to hit you with one, but I was like, hey, I know that person. I was only there for a little bit to see how the PvE Dark Zone worked and how like the currency economy works for that mode. But I've pretty much done everything in this game, so like, I also want to slave away farming prototypes in their current system. I'd rather not. Next Division 2 stream will be on Tuesday, like I said. We're going to finish the Manhunt and then do the new Hunter. Followed by playing 007 on Tuesday. I'm trying to figure out like what we're going to do this weekend. Like unless I just want to like race cars and Forza, like I can do that all weekend, I guess. Or I can just go on to Path of Exile 2 and get some practice in or something. Unless I check my email and I find like some hidden gem of a game to go play. And we got Black Flag Remake this summer. I played Subnautica, finished it in a day. It's only 10 hours of content. Next time we'll play Subnautica 2 will be when 1.0 drops. So we can do a proper playthrough. I never played Witchfire, but like I should. It's just the timing is bad. Like I can't just go and play that now. Like it's... Unless we want to go that hard on like the filler. I heard that was like a pretty good. Where's the game? But like nobody's streaming this game, right? Like I think it's already like 1.0 launched, right? I missed the window of when it came out, so. Yo, Slash, thanks for the 34 months. Yeah, don't forget, if you guys have Prime sub, burn those Prime subs. Get your subs active again. I watched all of Demon Slayer recently, too, and that was so fucking cool. That's why I actually didn't stream it like a day or two this week. Watched all of Demon Slayer, all 5 seasons, and the movie. And now I'm blue-balled and having to wait God knows how many more years for the other 2 movies to come out. It was so sick. The animations were so good. Yeah, no, I feel like there hasn't been any like really heavy launches this year yet. You know, like games that keep us going for multiple weeks at a time. Kind of just like finish everything like a week at most. So I think we're probably just going to start playing Path of Exile, I guess. Get a little more time in the game. Arknights this year? Yeah, I played that for like a week for like 100 hours. Where's our list of games? Hold on. Actually, I don't even remember, like, what the hell did I play this year so far? Games in the past... And games in the past, I don't know, 180 days. Crimson Desert. I played half of that like off stream. And Diablo 4 was pretty good for a little bit. Arc Knights. I guess there was Neo 3. They had to play all the Neo games this year. Like, we played Star Rupture, that was like a day or two. We played Resident Evil, that's like a day or two. Pragmata, that's like a day or two. High on Life 2, that was like another day or two. Marathon just sucked. Wow. We went through a lot of games already and nothing really lasted. Like when GTA comes out, like that's everyone's gonna play that. But I'm just like looking at yeah, this year's a little weak right now. This year's a little weak right now. Every game that I played that was new didn't really last that long. That's really unfortunate. Alright, well, that's that. Chat, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I think tomorrow, I guess, either I'm playing Path of Exile or I'm playing Forza. I don't know what I want to do yet. It's like we need a little more time on Path of Exile to figure out what the hell's changing and just see what build I'll end up playing. But I don't like trading in the game, so I'll just like, you know, take a little peek and make a decision, I guess. Grand Blue, isn't that like a fighting game? Grand Blue. What is this shit? This is some kind of like, yeah, I don't know. That's like there's a new one in July 9th, on July 9th, I don't know. This doesn't look like something I would care to play. Like I'll play it if I'm sponsored or like down bad for games, but this doesn't look like something I'd care to play. I don't know, this year feels like it's gonna be really weak overall. Up until like GTA drops. That's what it, every game we have is filler. There hasn't been like a big drop of something that like gets us going for a while. Like ARPG wise, we could play all the ARPGs, but I don't think they're very fun to like stream. They're fun to play. Yeah. All right. Well, that's that. Chat, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Again, like either if you're in Discord, you know what's going on, but either we're playing Forza or we're playing PoE or something, I guess, just to like have something functional to do. What I don't like about Forza is that I've been grinding it so much and my hands are like legit sore. Like my right hand index finger, right, my trigger finger is like partially numb from all the acceleration. And as I feel my hand, it's like my ring finger and knuckle is like sore on both hands for how much I've been like gripping that goddamn controller. It's like wild, dude. How much we played Forza and like how hard I was trying to get those like top 10 in the world times and stuff. It's pretty funny. So yeah, I don't know about controller games, but we'll see. I think PoE is probably where we're gonna end up tomorrow, if I had to take a guess. Just sucks that we don't have anything like super meaningful to do right now. It's pretty cool to, you know, it is pretty cool to have something to grind, make builds, and like ARPGs right now where they're eating good and looter shooters are like taking fat L's. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at. All right. That's that.